I didn't even see this. Nope.
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, June 26, 2024, 2 o'clock meeting. Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
The usual. For those of you who have not appeared before us before, the protocol that we follow is we will call requests for adjournment first. If there are no requests for adjournment, we will call the calendar in the order listed. The way we conduct the hearings, the applicant presents their case. The objectants, if there are any, will be given the opportunity to vent their objections, and then we give the applicant or the applicant's representative the opportunity of summing up. If you haven't heard it before, this is an administrative body. As such, we are not burdened by the strict rules of evidence. We take letters, emails, any other form of testimony. If you get up and you want to object and the person before you voiced all your concerns, you could simply say, you know, I agree with the person who spoke before me. We have a court reporter. The proceedings are live streamed. You can refer to them in the future if you wish. Once we close the hearings, there will be no other evidence accepted by this board. Okay? Patrick, any requests for an adjournment?
Mr. Chairman, we have one request for adjournment due to defective notice. It's case 44524 through 44624 and 138424. Oceanside 3359 Chicken Corporation, doing business as Popeyes, also known as 3359 Long Beach Road. Mr. Brown, just your name and address for the record.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Christian Brown, McLaughlin Stern, 1122 Franklin Avenue, Garden City. Yes, we're seeking an adjournment here. There was an issue with the notice that was crossed in the mail, so to speak. But in addition, as you probably know, there's a lot of neighbors here. There's been a lot of interest in this case. So the applicant is in the process of reworking the site plan in response to some of the neighbors' comments and concerns. So I anticipate we'll also be submitting an amended site plan when we come back. So that's by way of saying that, you know, a little bit longer adjournment would be appreciated so that we can finish the proposal and have it resubmitted timely.
Mr. Brown, do you have a traffic study with you?
I don't, but that's because, again, Mr. Muller is here. He's the traffic engineer on the case. We will provide it in advance, but because the plan is going to be changed. So
Okay.
it's good. Yes, it
It'll
will
change.
significantly
Okay.
affect
But
how
when it's been finalized, could you provide it to the other side? I don't know. Who's here representing the other side? Okay,
I think Mr. Litt is the attorney.
Okay.
Sure, of course, we'll do that.
okay.
Mr. Litt?
Good afternoon, Board.
Good afternoon.
So you represent one or more of the folks who are in opposition or interested in this?
Actually, I'm a resident myself, literally down the block, so I've got to say,
Okay.
I actually say that I represent myself, but I also represent over 1,000 people who've signed the petition, as well as 5 or 6 business owners in the community.
I'm just trying to figure out if Mr. Brown has a traffic study and he gets it to you.
That would be fantastic.
Will other people get it?
Yeah.
Are you heading
Well,
that group
Yes,
up, or?
yes, I'm
Okay,
heading that
so-
opposition,
So
yes.
you'll disseminate it?
Yes, I will
as
disseminate it to
needed.
the community, yes.
Okay.
We'll be
Okay.
doing
All right.
that.
Will that work, Mr. Brown?
Of course, yes, we'll provide it. As I said, it's going to be a different site plan. I can't speak to the details right now, but we'll send the amended site plan and our revised traffic and parking study to correspond to Mr. Litt and anyone else who requests it.
And Mr. Litt, if you determine it prudent to get your own traffic study, whatever, can you also reciprocate
Yes, we will absolutely do that. We
You
actually
guys
did.
will work together, get it
Yes.
to everyone who needs it.
Just for the
We don't want
board
to
to
get a
know.
hearing and have
Yes.
someone go, well, I didn't get to see that and this and that.
Yeah, just so the board should know, we did
I'll
engage
ask.
our own traffic study plan, but obviously at this point, we're going to have our expert review their report
Okay.
at that point. So
Okay,
our
Miss-
report may change at that stage.
All right, so-
So you guys
Absolutely.
work it out.
How much time do you think you'll need realistically? Because you're gonna prepare new documents.
Correct.
They're gonna need time to review the documents, adequate time. How many months?
I would say 90 to 120 days would be
Okay.
prudent.
So we're gonna go to November, because we could have done it early September, but that will not give you sufficient time to do
No,
what
that
you
would
have
not.
to do.
I agree that, no objection.
No objection
Patrick,
as well.
what days do we have in November?
November 13th or November 20th?
Pick your day, gentlemen.
The 13th would be fine.
Yes, as long as we don't get too close to Thanksgiving.
That's not, by the way, that's not
right.
too close to Thanksgiving. November 13th, 2 PM.
All right, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, have a good day. Thank
Anyone
you
el-
all, thank you all for appearing.
Is there anyone else here on this case? Because you're not going to get a future notice. Okay, so you're not going to get a new mailing, so
The-
note it for your calendar.
No, Ms. D'Amato, it was a defective notice.
With defective notice, they'll get a new notice.
You'll get a new defective notice.
Any other, Patrick, any other requests for an
There are
adjournment?
no other requests for adjournment.
Okay,
First, we have cases 44324, Roosevelt, Tanya Williams, variances, subdivision of lot area, front width from an on-street line to front setback line, lot area occupied, side yards, maintained dwelling and cottage on lesser lot, demolish existing garage, also known as 29 East Centennial Avenue, as well as case 44424, Roosevelt, Vertiland Homes Incorporated, variances, subdivision of lot area, front width from an on-street line to front setback line, lot area occupied, construct dwelling with garage, north side, it's located north side, East Centennial Avenue, 720 feet west of Handsome Place. Swear affirm, tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got?
Yes.
Please take a seat, state your name and address for the record.
I think the young lady's in opposition. Yeah, so good. Okay. Yes.
If there's anyone else here on this case, can you please come forward and sign in?
Good afternoon. We're good. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Today I represent the applicants Tanya Williams and Vertiland Homes with respect to the instant application for a two-lot subdivision. At the outset, I'd like to move to have the two cases consolidated and heard as one. And with me here today to my right is real estate expert Jed Nelson.
no,
Sorry, Barry.
that's his
boy,
brother.
That was
His brother.
so bad.
I'm the eternal fires of hell.
Wow, Mr.
Barry,
Nelson.
I was shot to look. Barry
I'm
Nelson,
going to say double the price.
who is prepared to testify regarding the nature and character of the area and that the benefit of the application to the applicant outweighs any detriment to the surrounding community. Also present to my far left is Tanya Williams, the owner of the property, and to my immediate left is Steve Laverty, the principal of Vertiland Homes, to answer any questions the board may have regarding the proposed construction.
Jackson.
The applicants propose, the property that is subject of the application is on the north side of East Centennial Avenue in the hamlet of Roosevelt, approximately 680 feet west of a street called Handsome Place. And just for the record, it's known on the tax map of the SR County as Section 55, Block 330, and lots 317 to 320. Parcel as it currently exists, perfect rectangle, 80 feet of frontage, 100 feet of depth on each side, 80-foot rear property line. The applicants propose constructing a new one-family dwelling with attached garage on the westerly side of the property, on a 40 by 100 plot, and maintaining the existing home and detached cottage on the easterly 40 by 100 parcel.
Mr. O'Brien, can you speak a little closer to the mic?
Okay.
I guess maybe it's the fan, but
I know the acoustics are not the best in here. I remember when I had the clogged ear and I couldn't hear anything in this place. So, case 444 is for permission to construct a dwelling and attached garage on the west side of the property. That's lots 319 to 320 on, as I said, a 4,000 square foot parcel. And case 443 is for permission to maintain the existing dwelling and detached cottage on the east side of the parcel, also with 4,000 square feet. So the variances for the to construct are for subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to the front setback line, and lot area occupied, very common variances. The lot to maintain is for subdivision of lot area, front width from and on street line to the front setback line, lot area occupied, and side yards. The side yards being existing or the side yard with the new building lot. As my practice, I made a physical inspection of the area, drove around the neighborhood, stopped and walked around a little bit. I found it to be a mixture of properties, as the radius map indicates, many on 40 by 100 lots, including cottage types, capes, and high ranches. Mr. Nelson will go into more detail about the nature and character of the area. Several of them appear to be in need of some updating, but for the most part, the properties are well-maintained, well-kept on the block. As I mentioned once before, and maybe last time it worked for the people in the area, the street is badly in need of repaving. Lot of potholes, bumps, and crevices. Unless the board has any questions of me at this time, I'll just turn it over to Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon. It's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York.
it's Barry.
Nice of you to get your name correct.
I tried.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson. We'll refer to you as Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson, you've been qualified as a real estate expert before this board on any number of occasions. Since the last time you were qualified as a real estate expert, have any of your qualifications changed for the worse?
No, sir.
Okay, so we will then again qualify you as a real estate expert, and you are free to testify as such.
Thank you. I have several exhibits I'd like to submit, photographs of the subject property, surrounding areas, aerial views, and some comparable sales, as well as some recent sales in the area, and sold listings and sold homes. I'm going to hand those over shortly. Okay. Yeah, you can take them. All two different separate. Two separate. As council mentioned, the application is for a subdivision to maintain the existing house and the rear structure, accessory structure cottage on the easterly side, and construct a new one-family colonial on the westerly side, each on 40 by 100, 4,000 square feet parcels. I provided to the board photographs, aerial view map, and comparable sales. The subject property is generally south of the Southern State Parkway, east of Babylon Turnpike. Babylon Turnpike does have some, just to the west, have some business and industrial zoning districts. For the most part, the majority of the area is residential B zoning. The pattern of development, area character, predominantly they were single-family homes. Some of them were built in the early 1900s, like they maintain on the subject property. They are one family. There are some non-conforming two-family dwellings in the area. The cottage on the property in the back has been there. It was of 15 years of age, and I believe it was 1928?
1930 or 15 years, so
It was 15 years old as of 1938.
Was that both structures on that one? I'm sorry, I missed it.
That would be the dwelling,
On
At-
443?
yes,
Existing dwelling and the
and the
cottage.
cottage in the rear. I did hand in a copy of the old assessment cards from the Department of Assessment, Nassau County, for the subject property, which will indicate, if you read through the card, that the original construction of that parcel was on, or that property was a 40 by 100 with the cottage in the rear. And the
But does it say was the cottage just a structure, or was the cottage?
The cottage is identified on the cards, the rear dwelling or the rear accessory structure is identified as a cottage, but I believe there's a non-conforming letter from the town that indicated it was a salon in the back.
Not a
Back then.
residence. Back then, it was a salon, not a residence.
That is correct. If you go, I went myself to the website, mynassauproperty.com, and got the particulars, and it said, I think it said 1923 and 1925, and it said salon. None of us, none of us can actually attest to what was used there, but if you think about the times, that was the times when very few people had automobiles, transportation was not what it was today, and you would have, you'd have businesses in neighborhoods because people couldn't get to the main drags.
Where's the, did you give us a copy of the non-conforming letter?
I have the building permit and, where's the letter?
While he's looking for that, Mr. O'Brien, what is it being used as today?
It's being used as a residence today. It's
The
roughly...
salon is, or the house?
No, the house is a residence, the cottage is being used as a residence.
But I'm looking at
It's
the
roughly-
plans.
And just so you know, the size is roughly 370 square feet. From
But I'm
what I've read, just to give you perspective, your typical hotel or motel room is, from what I've read in USA Today, is 325 square feet. So it's a little bit
But
bigger.
I'm
There's
looking at the plans, and there's no kitchen shown on the plans in that cottage salon.
That I don't know. Ms. Williams may know a little bit more about it.
And it actually shows it laid out on the plans as what I would, like, there's an existing washing chair, there's an existing drying chair, it says existing hair salon, there's a full three-piece bath, but there's nothing to indicate on the plans that it's a residence.
So, okay. All right, so let's let them ask their question. Okay. In any event, we're looking to legalize what it's being used for, and I think a residential use is
Accessory cottage.
accessory cottage. And I think a residence is a lot less intrusive on the neighborhood than a business use, which is legal.
Yeah, but I think it's important that we clarify what it is right now. Sorry.
Yes, as Mr. Nelson noted, the assessment card says cottage, okay? And the assessment cards have you submitted them yet, Mr. Nelson?
I did.
You have a 2015 building permit, which classifies the property as a maintained, non-conforming, one-family dwelling, cottage, no use, detached garage with conditions.
Right.
Your plans, can I have those? You want to tell them? All right, so the plans that you've submitted shows the existing cottage as a salon. And your client testified it's being used as a residence. How do you reconcile that? Yes, what? I'm not getting it.
If you haven't spoken yet, if you could give
Your name and address for the record.
Give her a microphone. She put it on? Okay.
I had applied,
It's hard to hear.
Speak into the microphone,
I had
please.
applied to convert it from a cottage to a salon several years ago, but it was declined. So it was converted back into its original form, which is a one-bedroom rental. with
Does
a-
it, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, I apologize.
So that is an error.
Does it have a kitchen?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so these were probably, you grabbed the plans, which everyone, a lot of people do. You just grabbed the plans from when you previously,
Those are not my plans, I don't
so it never was a salon,
know. No,
and it does have a kitchen?
yes, it does have a
Okay.
kitchen. Yeah, the application for the salon was withdrawn.
Withdrawn, or?
Yes. And I just converted it back to, and I have the certificate of occupancy
Is
for
it rented right now?
Yes,
And you live in the main house on that?
yes.
With that said, interestingly, I provide you the assessment cards for the house right next door, 31 East Centennial Avenue, the old tax assessment cards. And that property, to the east of the subject property, has a similar cottage in the rear, almost identical to the subject property.
Mr. Nelson, so I can follow along. This is, you can see what this is your exhibit for the subject property. Are the property cards you're referring to for this neighboring property attached here too?
I think it was a separate card. One I wrote on top subject property.
Right.
And the other one I wrote on it, property to the east. There should be another set of similar,
Not stapled to that one?
right,
Oh, you mean
that's it.
property to the immediate east.
And that has a cottage identified on the assessment records. It's identical to the subject property's cottage in the rear.
And do you know if that's been legalized as such, or is that just?
I didn't get into that, but it exists and it's maintained. With that said, the applicant is looking for the subdivision. The westerly lot will be a new colonial, compliant in all respects to front yard, rear yard, side yard setbacks. The lot area occupied on that one is 20, let me just get that. It is 28.8%, no, I'm sorry, it's 30%. It is approximately 100 square feet over the requirement. At 27.5%, it's 1,100, that would be 1,100 square feet footprint. With the proposed, and that has a front porch, it is 1,268 square feet, 1,200.68 square feet. The roof over front porch is 63.35 square feet. So technically, the habitable area is approximately 37%, 37 square feet over the 27.5, but majority of it is the open porch. The house will have a one-car internal garage and the typical conditions for what the board implements on subdivisions, new houses. The maintain has a lot coverage on the smaller lot of 28.8%, and that's because of the detached accessory structure in the rear. Otherwise, the main dwelling is well under the 27.5%. The breakdown of homes, lot sizes in the area Within the subject block itself, Section 55, Block 330, there are 24 houses, 22 of them are non-compliant, and 94%, and of the 22, 20 of them are 40 by 100s, and 2 50 by 100s. That pattern of development is consistent with the 100 and 200-foot radius. As the board can review the radius map, you'll see the houses immediately to the west, right up to the business property on the easterly side of Babylon Turnpike are 40 by 100s. Similarly to the east, except for the first house to the east, which is a 60 by 100 with the cottage, the rest of them are 40 by 100. Total for East Centennial Avenue, 13 out of 19 non-conforming. Majority of them are 40 by 100s, 68%, and in the overall 200-foot radius, 79.2% is non-compliant to the 55-foot width, 6,000 square feet, with the majority of those properties being 40 by 100. All municipal services are available to the subject property. In fact, currently, the street is being improved with new concrete sidewalks, drainage, and paving. That'll be depicted in my photographs. Property values are good, anywhere from $400,000 to about $800,000. The existing $450,000 to $800,000. The existing house today would be worth approximately $625,000. With the removal or the subdivision as proposed, that house would be worth approximately $585,000. A new colonial, as proposed, would sell for $725,000. The benefit to the applicant and the seller is approximately $285,000, with approximately $135,000 to the seller and about $150,000 to the developer. With that said, and those values included maintaining the cottage as a accessory structure, as a rental on the 40 by 100. In my opinion, if granted, it's not going to alter or change the central character of this neighborhood. It's not going to depreciate property values. In fact, I reviewed listings in the area, and today, or as of yesterday, there was only 18 homes for sale, so one additional new home and maintain is not going to be detrimental to Roosevelt or the surrounding community. I can submit some recent, and I will, some recent grants, and they would include a subdivision on East Centennial Avenue, just to the east of the subject property, now known as 38 and 40 East Centennial Avenue, under cases 109 and 110, 2022.
110.
The third house to the east, the second house east of the subject property was a grant back in 1958 on a 40 by 100. On the south side of Allers Boulevard, in the subject block, cases 847 and 848 in 2005. I'm sorry, wait. That was cases 318 and 319. April 26, 2017, and those would be known as 96 Allers Boulevard and 100. And the last subdivision, which is outside the radius, but if you went to the end of the subject block on the easterly side of Hanson Place, you have two homes that were constructed pursuant to a subdivision, 18 and 20 Hanson Place, and they would be cases 847 and 848 in 2005. I would be happy to answer any questions. board may have. That's my testimony, and I stand by it now. So,
I mean, the obvious thing, Mr. O'Brien, obviously, is right now there are two structures serving as residence on, in essence, 80 by 100. That alone is less property than usually two residents would be on. I know you know that. So now we're being asked to basically put three residents on 80 by 100. I mean, it seems like a kind of a heavy lift. Can you?
You know, Mrs. D'Amato, if this was if the cottage was what we call a regularly sized, if the cottage was I think it's easiest, I'm just handling it. If the cottage was a regularly sized one-family residence, multi-story, take a number, 2,000 square feet, you know, a fair argument. What we're talking about is the size of as I said, it's the size of a motel room. You know, the town code allows for senior residences. Now, I'm not saying this is a senior residence, but up to 800 square feet. This is minuscule in comparison. It's not even half of that. So what I would submit, and I would even suggest to the board, the board very often imposes a condition as part of the CNRs that the grant does not preclude the owner of any of the houses from asking for a senior residence or a mother-daughter. We would accept a condition that, as long as that cottage exists, that you cannot apply for a mother-daughter or for a senior residence, thinking it
In the
may be
main house?
right, exactly, in the main, as long as that cottage exists in the back, being the equivalent thereof.
But the thing is, and when I look at this, if the cottage were not there, we would be here for a kind of a standard case, 40 by 100. I'll give you in a neighborhood that does have a fair amount of 40 by 100s.
A tremendous amount of 40 by 100s.
Okay,
I
I'll
would
grant you
make
that.
that point.
I'll grant you that. So putting two residents, each on a 40 by 100, you know, in the world of these kinds of cases, you have a pretty decent one, I would say. But now we're adding a third dwelling. And again, two dwellings would require a variance. Granted, there are a fair number of them. I'm not going to pretend there aren't. So it seems like a fairly heavy lift for us.
Well, I would respectfully disagree, and it's the board's purview to make that decision, but I would also submit to you, 370 square feet. You're not going to get a family with 5 kids, okay? You just don't have the room. You're not going to get a family with 5 kids and 7 cars. You know, you're going to get probably one person, maybe 2. You know, I would say, as far as taxing the neighborhood and taxing services, it's minimal.
And the
Right. The benefit is to the applicant. It's not. There's no detriment to the neighborhood.
Well, I see that there's about a 20-foot driveway. I can't tell how wide it is, but then there's a fence, so I assume that the idea is that whoever lived in the cottage and whoever lived in the 2.5-story residence, they're all going to share that driveway?
Well, as I understand right now, the person in the back does not have a vehicle, but if the board wants to impose a condition, because I actually asked the question, what happens if we use the driveway, there is a vehicle, and one parks behind the other? Isn't the one that's closest to the street blocking the one from behind? We're amenable if the board wants a client have parking in the rear of the property between the two. This way the driveway is never blocked.
What do you need?
And Mrs. D'Amato, just let me add one other point, if I may. When this house and this cottage were originally built, it was built on a 40 by 100. It wasn't built on an 80 by 100. So it was legal as it existed originally on a 40 by 100.
But
They acquired the additional land to make it an 80 by 100.
Your letter in lieu was predicated upon a lot size of being 80 by 100 and not 40 by 100.
That was acquired that was required later on. According to Mr. Nelson's research indicates.
Hold on, let me pull the property
Okay,
card, because I
no
thought
problem.
it said 80 by 100 on the property card.
If you, on the first page,
The letter in B
midway
says 80.
on the right side, it says lot grouping, where they added in tax lots to the west, which would be,
Because isn't the garage for the subject property on the other lot?
the existing garage, yes, that's correct. That was added, looks like grouped together in 1969.
So you're saying the house and it's your contention that the cottage were both built on what we're calling Lot B originally, and then subsequently they brought Plot A and built a garage?
Yes,
And you're saying that was in 1969?
that's what, I highlighted that on that first page of that assessment card in pink.
Lots 317 to 320.
That would be all 4 lots. And if you look on top of the assessment card,
But 317 to 320 is the entire subject property before us.
right, and if you look on the top where I highlighted in pink, it was originally lots 317 and 318, and then on top of it, they added in 319 and 320.
It was later acquired.
And I believe that scenario is similar to the house to the east, where I submitted the assessment card for 31 East Centennial.
Yeah, the cottage attached to that property from the NASA, from this satellite view appears to be quite large. And so we're going to check and see if that actually was ever legalized, because looking at the size of it, I would think that it might not have gotten non-conforming relief because of the size. I don't know.
And a conditional renewal permit in the back for the accessory structure. And that'll protect this board. They'll come back every 2 to 5 years, whatever they do for these. Well, that's what I said. No, they have that assessment card, that's what we're going over now. And that was built on originally 40 by 100, and they added the tax lot 314 to the east. Right. But it's important that the applicant maintains quality of life, payments, and so on. But I think we take owner occupied and a conditional renewal for the back. Right, I forgot about it. And how's it gonna be parking? How's it gonna be parking? But she asked for that parking, we'll remove the parking in front. Dawn. No, fine, that should got us. What's that? We got problems with them bringing the whole, no, they hate these things, you know that.
I told you that.
No, you called us a long time ago, a month ago on this, yeah, I know. I'm just trying to do the best I can to maintain it. It's a hardship, we get rid of it, it's gonna cost money. It serves as a benefit to the applicant without a detriment to the surrounding community. We don't even know how the sewer and water is connected on that one. But you know, I had to address this here. If you don't address it, I know. Mm-hmm. But we're gonna take this condition,
It's an LLC that owns it. She's 62 years old. She's gonna mention that, she's gonna speak. 62 years old.
no, why would we get a journal? There's nothing else we can do. Can Steve, he's got the non-conforming letter on his phone. Can you just, can you send me the letter for the non-conformity?
Non-conforming,
For
Text
the,
them the non-conforming letter.
non-conforming CO, the approval?
no, I just, oh, we have a, yeah, subject to, right.
With the conditions for this house. I'll look it up.
You had that, you sent it to me originally. I thought I printed it out. To do what? But there's nothing else we can do. I know. Normally, we give it up. We can convert that to a garage. I know. The only thing we can do is renewal. It's a conditional owner occupied renewal. And we can condition it to one or two people, that's it, Jim. Where are they, what are they doing? What are they doing? Did they send Christina to look up the one next door?
Mr. O'Brien, so we're trying to figure out some of the logistics of the papers. the
Understood.
So so your client indicated that she applied for
Hold
the
on a
sol-
minute. Mr. Benesso, if you're going to have a discussion, you know where to have it, all right?
Okay, so, I know you said it's currently being used as a dwelling.
That's correct.
The plans submitted show that it was a hair salon. I know your client indicated she had applied for a hair salon. It was rejected by the building department, so she continued to use it as a dwelling. Counsel to the board, it appears that it was actually approved as a hair salon, and I'm not quite clear because I can't look at all of the documents now. So I'm just trying to figure out two things. When you got the non-conforming in 2014 for the house and cottage, do you know if it was on a 40 by 100 or an 80 by 100?
Yeah, I think it was 80.
I'm unaware, Mrs. D'Amato, so if you have a
80
non-conforming,
by 100, it's in the file.
if it's in the file, it speaks for
in
itself.
the file,
I
it
can't
speaks
argue
for
that.
itself.
That's what it was.
Let me get it for you.
I mean, I just think we're all sort of struggling by thinking about putting 3 dwelling units. I get one is small, but it's still 3 dwelling units.
Here's your letter. All right, finished cell, 80 by 100. Non-conforming, one-family dwelling, 80 by 100. That's
That
what
doesn't
it
mean
says.
cottage on it.
There exists a one-family dwelling, cottage, detached garage, 12 years of age. Okay? I think that's,
The chairman cleared that up. So the as of right, non-conforming dwelling with a cottage and a garage was, as of right, on an 80 by 100.
Apparently, that's the case, Mr. Monitor. As I said, the letter speaks for itself, if that's what the letter says.
I want to close the hearing. Right. Any, okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, I'd
Oh,
just like
okay.
to speak after you. I know
Good.
Ms. Williams, I think, might want to address the board, but let's listen to the objector first, and then we can do it all
Okay.
in one fell swoop.
And
Whatever your preference.
one other housekeeping matter.
Yes.
Given that the plans we have do not properly show the floor plan of the cottage, we would need to get something in, you know, to show what,
I would think
again,
that
there's no
would-
kitchen and, you know.
Ma'am, you're here in opposition. Would you like to step up, please?
Let's let her use, you can use the podium.
Thank you. My name is Linda Jackson. I'm a resident of East Centennial for over 50 years. You can only imagine the calls in and out of that, off that block. We just had,
Currently?
I'm sorry,
You mean as it exists today, or?
as it exists today, yes. Tanya William has put up signs. She may have, you know, a large property area to park her vehicle or her tenant vehicle, but she made it hard for everyone else to park. She has no parking in front of her dwelling.
In front of her
In
what?
front of her what?
In front of her home.
What do you mean, no parking in front of her home?
She has no parking signs in front of her home.
So there is a no parking sign on
Two
the
no
street
parking
in
signs.
front of the house?
Yes.
Are there any others like that on the block?
No, we have a handicap parking, but no.
How long do you, if you know, are those signs there?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, if you know, have those signs been there just forever or
No,
recently?
no, just as recently, maybe almost a year. In front of her home, you can actually park approximately 3 cars, so that,
But there are no parking signs there, you say? I'm looking at the Google Earth, and they're not shown in here, but sometimes these photographs are 3 years old, or, you know.
no, I have it.
Is there
'Cause I-
on-street parking on the rest of the block? Is there on-street parking
Yes.
permitted on the rest of the block?
Yes.
Are they
Mr.
town- Are they
O'Brien.
town signs or her signs?
No, they're town. I called to inquire about it. The gentleman, I don't recall his name, he said, you can get parking, or no parking sign in front of your door as well.
Really? Just like
Mr.
that.
O'Brien, what's the garage used for? Is it used for a garage? I can.
Ms. Williams had indicated that she doesn't use it at all. currently.
She what?
She doesn't use it at all, the garage.
Storage.
As most people on Long Island.
Storage.
I apologize, she doesn't use it for vehicle.
Okay.
Go ahead, tell us what else you'd like us to know.
And for more additional, she wants to do more drilling. I have no problem with her doing that.
Doing what? I'm sorry.
She wants to do more drilling on her property.
Drilling?
Sorry. She wants another drilling on
Dwelling.
on
Yeah,
her
dwelling.
property.
I got ya.
Okay.
But she's already creating problems with her ongoing issue on the block.
Which issues are those?
911 is on her speed dial.
For what
It's
reason?
for any reason. She just has no reason. She
Wait,
has
wait,
no,
are you
She
saying the
calls
neighbors are
911?
calling or she's calling?
she's calling.
Oh.
She's calling. Pretty sure she could be a nice person, but no, she makes it hard for the neighbors.
Do you, if you
Maybe there's a
know,
reason.
do we know why the police are called for the most part?
You can pull up in front, you can park to run into the house for 5 minutes. She's calling 911.
But parking is allowed there.
Not in front of her.
Oh, you mean parking in front of her
In
house?
front of her house.
Wait a minute. So you're saying that people park in front of her house to go into her house for 5 minutes?
No, they can go in the neighbor's
And she
house.
calls 911?
She doesn't get along with the neighbors at all.
Well,
She means anytime.
Any neighbors.
Is that the primary reason that you're, as far as you know, the police are called, or what else is going
Yes,
on?
that's
Like, you might
it.
as well tell us what you're,
That's, no, that's mainly the primary reason the police are called. It's like no standing.
and 911, and the police come.
when the police come, what do? Do they give tickets or just have everyone shoo along?
Well, people see the police, they'll just move along. It's just, why bother to go through all of that? There's already no parking, and then to put those signs up, no parking anytime. And you have a huge yard you can park on. Let people park in your driveway.
Anything
Okay.
else you'd like to add, ma'am?
That's it.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
I'm going to let my client address that, and I think
Go right ahead.
Just make sure she has,
Ms. Williams, I think there's a very important point that was regarding parking.
She's
on the
been
block,
sworn.
and she'll be happy to tell
Okay.
the board about it.
just make sure you speak loudly.
Into the
so
mic.
court reporter can take it.
Okay.
Okay.
As far as the parking, I acquired the signs, I applied for them, I wrote a letter, I was told I could write a letter to the county attorney and plead my case why I needed the signs.
Can you try to speak? Yeah.
Okay, because my landscapers could never get in front to cut my grass. The street sweepers couldn't clean in front of my house. I'm paying taxes for these amenities that I couldn't get. So I was able to obtain, and other people on the street have the signs too. There's a house at 62 East Centennial. They've had the no parking anytime signs in front of their house for years. And I was inquiring about it, and I was told that I could obtain them. I applied for them in about 2020. I didn't receive, right around the pandemic, I didn't get them until maybe a year or so ago. But there's a lot of drug activity in my neighborhood that she's very privy to, her family members along with my tenants, and they like to congregate and do drugs in front of my house and everything, and I don't feel safe. I have the tenant that lives in the cottage, she's 62, 63 years old. She's a senior citizen, she works, she doesn't drive. The cottage that I have, it was grandfathered the same time as the house was. It was built, and I used to have a hair salon,
This is on
and I
record,
closed it. So when I closed it,
You used to have a what?
I used to have a hair salon on Main Street, and I closed it, and I had inquired by the town if I could utilize the cottage as my hair salon, and they said, yeah, you just couldn't put a sign up. Well, when I did, the lady who's disputing, she called the town on me constantly, so I wasn't able to keep the salon. So I withdrew the application, and it cost me thousands and thousands of dollars. So I just converted it back to a one-bedroom apartment that it originally was. Because when I purchased the home, there was a tenant there. And I have a FHA Fannie Mae loan, and there was a tenant there when I obtained the home. And the structure next door to me, their cottage is bigger than mine. It's a one-bedroom. Now, it's just me, my daughter, and the tenant that live in the whole house. the subdivision that we're inquiring about, it's really unusable space for me because the lot is so huge. I have to water the grass. It's costing me a lot of money because I don't utilize the garage. I have a driveway, and it's a lot of unusable space that I have to water, and it's just not really, the house next door is no privacy, so I can't really utilize the yard. And then the driveway, the neighbors are constantly blocking me in, so I can't get in and out with their drug activity. So it's
Wait,
just,
but there's no parking in front of your house with the signs.
that's why I call 911, because they block me in. Even with the signs there, they still park there. But,
But you would be losing all of this, all of this driveway for the most
I
part.
don't use it. I could show you on my camera now. I don't really use it. The garage is just there.
No, I'm talking about the driveway. If there's no parking in front of your house, and you eliminate that space that you use presumably for your cars,
I'm gonna get a driveway.
yeah, a small one.
It's in the contract, and it's in the plans that they're gonna put a concrete slab on the side of the house for me to park 2 cars. If necessary, 3, because it's long, but it's in the plans already. So I'm gonna have off-the-street parking.
Well, it's not too long, it's 19 feet.
It can be lengthened.
Well, there's a fence, that's why
And like, I don't plan on having lots of tenants in and out. It's just my daughter, myself, and the tenant in the back. And
Yeah, I don't think that's actually, at least I speak for myself. If that's all it was, which is what it is now, that seems, it's still a variance, but it's more palatable, or maybe it's not a variance if it's already non-conforming. But adding another whole dwelling, one with no street parking in the front because you have the no parking signs,
Well-
and a pretty short driveway, 18.3, although it's somewhat wide, probably fit, if you did it right, probably 4 cars, more likely 2, whatever it is.
the subdivision
I think the point is that you're having to call the police regularly because there's not enough street parking as it is.
No, it's because of the drug activity. It's not because of the it's because of the constant trafficking of the drug.
Oh, I thought you said it was because people park and block your driveway.
She said
Yeah.
that's because of drug deals.
They constantly in and out, constantly coming and going, and I can't get in and out of the driveway when I want to because they block it. Or the signs, like I said, there's other people on the block that have had the signs there at 62 East and
Okay, hold on. When you call the police, are you calling them from blocking your driveway, or are you actually telling them there's drug activity?
Both. All of the above. That's why I want the subdivision, so that I won't even be next to the neighbors.
Okay? Anything
If I
else?
may, just to wrap up, the 3 points. You know, generally, the board, when the board imposes conditions, that we accept the owner occupied on the new construction. Ms. Liberty will accept that. Ms. Williams will also accept the owner occupied on her own. And if the board is inclined, it would accept the condition, as the board has been known to require renewal for accessory apartments. If the board was to impose a condition of renewal, let's say every 3 years, for the cottage to make sure it's being used properly and being used as a residence, and you want to limit the number of people who can reside in there, I think that would be acceptable. Last but not least, you know, I'm inclined that when people take the time to come out and speak at a zoning hearing, whether pro or con, they come here in good faith. And while I may not agree with some things that Ms. Jackson said, you know, the one thing I certainly agree with, or I'm very pleased with, and that was when she said she had no objection to the new dwelling. So with that in mind, I would ask the board to approve the requested variances and grant the applications.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed, that the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Nelson, Everyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all and have a nice day.
All in favor?
Aye.
Two small things. I know we're not on the case, but we can't provide more parking if the board wants to impose that as a condition. Thank you.
Welcome.
Next, we have case 44724, East Atlantic Beach, 117 Bay Street LLC and 121 Bay Street LLC. Variances, side yards aggregate, construct dwelling with garage on a larger lot, demolish existing dwellings. North side Bay Street, 922.34 feet west of Trenton Avenue.
East Atlantic Beach.
Gregory Kalnitsky, Vercelli Deegan Tirana, LLP, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York. Name and address.
Michael Tornabi, 112 Clayton Avenue, East Atlantic Beach.
Nolan Hughes, 16 July Walk, Long Beach, New York.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We're here for something a little bit different than what the zoning board normally considers. Normally, people are looking to take a property and make it into 2 lots and increase the density. Here, we're looking to do the exact opposite. We're trying to merge 2 lots in a dense neighborhood and build a nice, beautiful house there. I'm joined with Mr. Michael Tornabi, who's the principal of the LLCs that own these properties, and the house is going to be for his son-in-law and his wife and their child. The son-in-law is Mr. Hughes over here. The property is located in the Residency District in East Atlantic Beach. It fronts Bay Street, adjacent to its intersection at Malone Avenue, and the rear yard of the structure abuts Reynolds Channel. It's located on the dead end of Bay Street, and the proposed lot width measures about 100 by 150. 117 Bay Street is presently improved with an existing 3-story FEMA-compliant single-family home, and 121 Bay Street is an existing 2-story single-family home. If you look at the radius map in the surrounding area, you will notice that the neighborhood consists predominantly of single-family homes, many of which have non-conforming lot widths and in turn have non-conforming side yards. The sole variance we're requesting today pertains to aggregate side yard and side yard. For a lot width of greater than 90 feet, which is the lot that we're proposing, the building zone ordinance requires 35% of the width of the lot to be side yard, with no side yard less than 50% of the other side yard. Here, 35% of the width of the lot is 35.14 feet, which is the side yard aggregate. This means that the code would require a minimum side yard of 11.71, with the other side yard at 23.43. We are proposing an aggregate of 15 feet with 10 on the west side and 5 on the east side. The foregoing configuration is consistent with the side yard requirements of a lot with 50 feet of frontage. Many properties in the area, as I've stated, have non-conforming lot widths as well as non-conforming side yards. I would like to give to the board 2 aerials which sort of illustrate what I'm saying. So, with respect to the aerials, the property highlighted in yellow is the property that we are proposing to build on. And I've highlighted in blue certain properties on oversized lots, substantially similar to what my client is proposing here, where the board in the last 10 years has consistently granted side yard relief in a substantially similar form to what my client is asking for. So in that regard, I'm going to make a part of the record certain ZBA cases pertaining to 51 Bay Street, which received side yard relief on January 11th of 2023, 33 Bay Street, another
Whoa. So tell us what the relief was on 51.
side yard relief.
No, what were the numbers?
The ZBA decision doesn't specify, but if you look at the aerial, it's something substantially similar to what my client is proposing. They were limited, there's a very limited side yard over there. If you just look at the aerial, you'll see there's,
I can see it.
yeah, maybe 5 feet.
Do you know how wide that property is, 51?
What I know from the county records is the square footage of the lot, and typically in that part, it's about a 100-foot lot depth, and 51 Bay Street is 8,580 square feet. So
And what's the square footage of your lot?
it is 150,000 square feet because our lot depth is bigger. We have 150 feet over there.
Wait, say that again?
No. Yeah, it's 15,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
sorry.
did.
No. It's 150 by 100. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry if I misspoke.
So what's your lot size?
In terms of square footage,
Yeah. I'm trying to compare it to the other one that's 85.
it's 15,000 square feet.
Okay. Keep going.
33 Bay Street was 8,980 square feet. 23 Bay Street is 8,395 square feet. But what determines the side yard isn't the depth of the lot, which is what is adding that extra square footage onto my client's property. It's the lot width. And, you know, just by these depictions on the aerials, you see that the lot width is substantially similar to what my client has.
Yours looks quite a bit. All right.
So I'm just
Do you
going
know
to-
the lot width of those other three?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I apologize. Do you know the lot width of 51, 33, and
I
20?
couldn't obtain that information. The county's records just had it in terms of square footage, not in terms of the actual lot width. I'd like to submit to the board those prior ZBA decisions.
You mentioned that your lot's much deeper than those other three you referenced.
It is deeper, yeah.
So when I look at the site plan, it just seems like, this variance ignores the fact that the house, there's so much depth that I'm not clear on why the house can't be. You know, the house goes across like this and up and down the side over here, set back 5 feet. When there's so much other space, it seems like it could have been, it doesn't seem like this significant of a side yard and side yard aggregate variance is necessary. Again, you have 15,000 square feet of property, and it's really deep. How is it you came to, why can't it be
So
done in a way that doesn't have such a tiny side yard for a 15,000 square foot lot?
as to the tiny side yard, I mean, most of the houses are not even a conforming lot width in that area and have side yards of less than 5 feet. The design of the house, which is the next part of my presentation, was intended to limit the disturbance to the neighbors by screening traffic and cars from the rest of the neighborhood. If you see the
By
parking.
what?
The
By-
design, that L shape, it's on a dead end, so by having a driveway in that area, okay, they're intending to screen the traffic into that house and not disturb the neighborhood. You know, it's a house on the water in Atlantic Beach. Everybody, is looking to entertain on the water, and by doing it this way, they limit the disturbances to the neighbors. Now, as to the side yard, if the house is demolished, he could build as of right, those two houses with those side yards. So all we're proposing to do is to maintain that in a configuration that works for him and limits disturbance to the neighbors. We're providing a reduction in density in the neighborhood, and we think it will be a benefit Mr. Turnaby spoke to the immediate neighbors, and the one with the 5-foot side yard told him in sum and substance that whatever you put here is going to be better than what's existing. To the east. Yeah, 115 Bay Street. So there would be, it's our opinion that there would be no negative impact to the neighbors. As discussed, if the applicant were to redevelop the 2 individual lots, the side yard impact would be identical to what is proposed in this application. In addition, the neighborhood will get the added benefit of a reduction in density as well as an elimination of a property with a non-conforming lot width. One of the properties has only 40 feet of lot width. To go through the factors of the town law, the benefit to the applicant here outweighs any possible detriment to the community. The home will be a magnificent improvement to what's there. We are not aware of any opposition. All Mr. Turnaby has heard was support from his neighbors. No undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood because the application is totally consistent with what is in the neighborhood as well as the other side yards in that neighborhood, particularly side yards on oversized lots on the same street. The benefit cannot be achieved by the applicant other than to obtain the side yard variance. The requested variance is not substantial and puts the home in conformance with other homes in the area as far as the measurements of their side yards. The proposed variance will not have an adverse effect or impact on the conditions in the neighborhood. It will be a positive. It will reduce the density of the neighborhood, eliminate a non-conforming lot width, and raise property values. That will be the presentation unless the board has any additional questions or concerns.
That concludes your presentation.
Yes, sir, unless the
Okay.
board has any questions or concerns.
Does the board have any questions? If not, do I have a motion?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who has signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Next, we have case 44824, Merrick Friendship Engine and Hose Company. Variances, height, lot area occupied, side yard, front yard setbacks on Meadowbrook Road and Lexington Avenue, construct 3-story firehouse in Res B district, variance in off-street parking, special exception to park in front yard setbacks on Meadowbrook Road and Grand Avenue, special exception to park in Res B district, and with insufficient backup space, demolish existing firehouse, dwelling, and garage, also known as 2075 Meadowbrook Road.
How are you? Gary Horn, on behalf of the application. To my right is David Sherlin, the architect. David Sherlin, the architect from H2M. And to my left is John Fabian, the director and trustee of the fire company. Gary Horn, 626. Gary Horn, 626 RXR Plaza, Uniondale, New York. This is an application for, sorry about that. Okay. This is an application made by Friendship Engine and Hose to create a new firehouse. The existing firehouse is over 100 years old. The existing firehouse consists of 2 bays and the firehouse has approximately, at this point, 4 vehicles. The existing firehouse is not up to the current standards with OSHA or the NFPA. The variances that we are looking for is to create a 4-bay firehouse for the benefit of the community of Merrick. The new firehouse will basically be the exact same setbacks to the adjoining neighbors. The new firehouse.
Setbacks as what currently exists?
Basically, currently exists, yes. The only difference is the footprint of the firehouse, which is existing now of 2 bays, will be 4 bays because they're expanding to accommodate the existing, the engines right now. Right now, the engines,
But wait, so the setbacks, it's kind of important. So the setbacks will be the same or almost the same, like,
I'll jump in and answer that. So the setbacks are substantially,
Name and
they're comparable. Oh, I'm so sorry. My name is David Sherlins. I'm here representing H2M Architects and Engineers. I'm the senior project architect. My home address is 130 Crystal Brook Hollow, Port Jefferson Station. So to address your question, currently there are 3 plots. Friendship's current building occupies one of those plots. That's 2075 Meadowbrook Road. They purchased the 2 neighboring lots, which were single-family residences. The one in the middle, I'm sorry, I forget the exact address. That might be 2070. 2067, thank you, John. That is currently an empty lot, and then the third lot, which is 14 Meadowbrook Road, has a single-family residence and a detached garage on it. The intent is to take over those 2 lots. The building gets larger, but because they now have a larger property, they can maintain similar setbacks.
and the current situation in the firehouse is the current situation in the firehouse is the apparatuses are backed up against each other because they cannot all get out on an emergency call. They have to move one versus the other, versus the new plan to have 4. Each apparatus will be able to leave the firehouse at the exact same time. The new firehouse will be aesthetically much more pleasing to the neighborhood. The existing is basically a garage-type structure versus the new firehouse will be created more like it to look more like a house and to fit into the community better. Sorry about that. Fine, that's fine. I will try to come closer.
We could submit to the board. We have rendering images of the outside of the building, and there's an image inside the existing building which shows, some of the tight quarters that their equipment is currently experiencing. Yeah, that's fine. Those are copies of the same images. So if you look at the first one and the last one, you'll see the 2 images. So I guess just to address high level, some of the variances that we're looking at here, building height, there's some related to parking. Obviously there is occupiable area on the lot and some setbacks. Most of these are driven by the required use of the building, the required size of apparatus, and as Gary mentioned before, some of the OSHA and NFPA requirements for clearances around equipment and required decontamination spaces. Whenever you're looking at a new firehouse, they always get larger because of these requirements. All those related to firefighter safety. The height of the building, I think, is another one to point out. Most of the height of this building is driven by the fact that we kept a pitched roof on it to stick with that residential look. The existing firehouse, it's a little bit misleading to call it a 2-story building. Oh, sure. It's a little bit misleading to call the existing building a two-story building. What it really is an apparatus bay, which is a double-height space with another story on top of it. This building benefits from the fact that it has finished spaces alongside the apparatus bay, so there are 3 levels, but the vertical walls of the building are pretty comparable to the existing building. So I don't have an exact height, but I believe the parapet is somewhere around 38 feet to 40 feet, if I remember correctly. Right, that's up to the ridge of the pitched roof. Right. And I believe the max permitted is 45 in this zone. Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Correct. No.
No.
There's a few building code ramifications to trying to make that space usable, and cost implications as well. So that is purely an aesthetic element and to, control water pitching off the roof.
Yes.
So it has 3 main programmatic elements. There's business use, which is going to be chief's offices, meeting rooms, and a multi-purpose room, which really serves as their public meeting space. There are bunk suites, which would be used primarily for standbys. Most apartments in this engine company are all volunteers, so it's not anticipated that there would be overnights all the time, only in special circumstances. That's more planning for the future. And then there is that fitness center, which that is really just a typical item for new firehouses.
The gym that everybody has.
And just as you're looking through the rest of the plans, the second floor, that's mostly an infrastructure and training space. There is also a small area where there's basically a couple TVs and a couch for firefighters to use during the day just to keep them inside the building.
Is the section that's open below, is that because that needs the headroom for the apparatus? Or?
Yes.
There's 2 different areas of the building. So yes, there's open below for the apparatus bays. On the other side of the building, that smaller open below space is more of like an open, it's really just an open day room. It's labeled as rec room on the plans. That's just another double height space in the building. They just didn't.
For the poles?
Say that again?
Is that for the poles?
No
There are
poles. No poles.
There are no poles.
Did away with poles? How can
Fire-
we
the
have
volunteer
all-
fire service, we don't sleep, hopefully we're not sleeping in the house.
Firehouse
Yeah, we don't sleep there usually that often, and if we do.
That's a big debate, whether or not we're going to include a pole when we design a firehouse. Some feel that it is a real safety hazard. Some feel it's a complete necessity.
Safety hazard to have it?
Yes.
People fall in the,
Listen, if these guys can't go down a little pole, they should be running into burning buildings.
Well, because that apparatus bay is 24 feet, it's actually a very big pole. You figure you're falling 2 stories if you let go.
They run into burning buildings.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
The vehicles are much
Enough.
bigger.
Enough.
The vehicles are designed to be much bigger today, so therefore they require more space versus the old days they were much smaller, so
they
they didn't.
jump in the driver's seat from the second floor. Does that conclude your presentation? Okay.
I think,
Yes,
that
thank
covers
Is there
everything.
anyone else who would like to speak on this application? Because we have some people signed in as interested. Come up. Go right ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board.
Hold on a second. Name
Yes.
and address for the
Yes.
record. You have to be sworn in.
Hi. Joseph Mundy, 84 Midwood Street, Valley Stream, New York. Hat off?
Please.
Sure.
Hat off.
Once again, good afternoon, Board. Mr. DeGrace, pleasure seeing you. First of all, just a couple of questions. Definitely not opposed to it. Definitely in favor of it. However, questions that I have seriously being an ex-law enforcement, working in the city, working around firehouses, the OSHA regulations and requirements as an excuse for a new firehouse, I find a little disturbing. I mean, some of the best firehouses in the country are over 100 years old, and any regulations that needed to be changed were changed. So I don't find that a criteria for a new firehouse. Second of all, the height, the sight line will definitely affect the neighbors. I don't even live there. It's my grandchildren, my daughter, and my son-in-law. The height line is definitely restricting to neighbors who live in that area. The other firehouse, the way it's situated, is not a sight problem, and it doesn't affect the neighbors, and it doesn't, what would I say, enhance the view of neighbors or be a deterrent. It's fine where it is. And third, basically, just to say, has there been an extensive traffic study? And I'm going to tell you why. Because in that area, anybody who knows Merrick and knows that road, Meadowbrook Parkway, where that firehouse is now, you have a blinking red light. The traffic is horrendous. And during school days with buses, and you're adding more apparatus, Lexington Avenue, where my daughter lives and my son-in-law, there's no traffic lights. There's a stop sign. Buses do come on that block because they do have autistic children, and getting out of that corner is notorious, whether you're a bus, whether you're a car, whether you're whatever. So I want to know if any studies have been presented to the board in reference to that, because it really is a detriment as far as traffic is concerned. And like I said, I'm not against this. I don't want you to think I'm a big bad wolf. I'm all for it. I've been in a support firemen. They're in my family. Law enforcement. I'm not against the plan, but I think certain things have to be addressed seriously.
The existing firehouse now has two apparatus bays, two garage doors that open out onto Meadowbrook Road. The existing firehouse is not changing that, it's just adding two to it. So the two existing garages, or what you refer to as the garages where the two engines come out. Now those two garages have vehicles parked behind them at this point. So in order for vehicles behind those to get out, they need to move the vehicles, the two in front, to get them out. The existing structure, as a result of buying the two properties next door, line the vehicles up next to each other. So as far as vehicles coming out on an emergency call, they will still be coming out onto Meadowbrook Road. So there'll be no change in the sense that at the present situation, if two vehicles have to pull out at the exact same time, they will pull out onto Meadowbrook Road. If the situation ever arises where 3 or 4 vehicles need to pull out, they would still be pulling out onto Meadowbrook Road at the exact same time. So I don't believe that would be changing anything with regard to the way vehicles would pull out onto Meadowbrook Road. Meadowbrook Road, also be advised, is the firehouse on one side, and I believe the highway is on the other side. So there is no houses or anything on the opposite side of this firehouse. The only two houses that touch this firehouse are the two properties behind it. So the existence of the extension of the 2 bays to 4 bays is not really affecting anything other than allowing more vehicles to get out at a rapid rate of speed. It should also be pointed out that the existing part of the firehouse, the vehicles are cramped. If you could see the picture that we sent today, they have to back the vehicles into such tight spaces. Firemen, not that I'm saying we're skinny or fat, they actually have to squeeze in to get around to fit everything in. So although he's saying it may not be OSHA, and the OSHA standards are created and have increased, and the ideal spacing for the vehicles are not up to the NFPA standards right now. It is cramped space. And as far as if he's relating to anything to the City of New York, the City of New York does not adhere to the NFPA standards because the City of New York operates under its own guidelines or whatever. So they follow their own rules. They don't follow NFP standards with regard to buildings, vehicles, or anything like that because they produce so many for themselves. They follow their own standards. Out in Long Island, because the fire districts and fire departments are independent, we in the fire departments do follow OSHA and NFPA standards because we don't have a overseeing body to review how we make our engines and how vehicles are taken care of. So the reality of it is we try, and then if the NFP standards and the existing and the new OSHA standards are substantially stringent, and they're getting stringent and stringent. And the existing building that we have now will not maintain going forward till the future.
Gary, I just want to simplify a couple of your points there, but before I do, did you have anything else that you wanted to cover?
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, I'll let you finish first.
I find it a little disturbing that you're mentioning in city firehouses on the island that tight spots, pulling in fire trucks. Seriously, I mean, we're talking about a major event here. You're talking about something silly to me. You ever go in, obviously you don't have a lot of time in the city, and you haven't seen firehouses and how tight they are pulling into spots. Big fire trucks, hook and ladders, things
So
like
what
that.
I'm saying
Now, let me
is
speak,
they
let me
do.
speak, let me speak.
What I'm saying
All
is,
right, we're not
Let me
going to
speak.
have a discussion amongst the people
So-
testifying.
so-
Give them a chance to finish.
So I just want to say that you were using this as an excuse to build a new firehouse, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not against your firehouse, so that right away, I'm not saying it. But and then you're talking about trucks pulling out on that road. You're acting like they're pulling out all together, or you don't even know when the firemen are there, or they get into the trucks, what the time spacing is for them to pull out. So the traffic is definitely a problem. I mean, the traffic there has always been a problem. So now you're going to enhance bays and put more apparatus. And no matter what you say, there is a problem unless you're addressing the traffic situation. That's all I'm asking.
Can I just ask a
Just a
question that's
minute.
kind of related to that? You also have a parking variance before us. I noticed that the papers indicate, because parking and traffic, that you're required to have 34 spots, you're providing 21. How many of the 21, because you also need backup, the materials incorrectly say backup is 17 and a half, and you're providing 16, backup's usually 24. So it's a fairly significant backup variance for maneuverability. How many spots, leaving aside the spots that don't qualify, how many spots, legal spots without front yard setback and maneuverability do you actually have?
So, well, no, hold on. I want to, okay. So I just, there's a few things that I want to try and address. So just to address your question immediately, because these are angled spots, 24 feet is not a typical aisle width. This is
Say that again?
These are angled spots with a one-direction aisle, so you don't typically need 24 feet in that
What
situation.
did the town say you needed?
They gave me that number. The
They
town.
gave you 17 and a
yes.
half?
Yeah, the town told me to write 17 and a half on there. I'm sorry, I forgot her name at
Okay,
the
so
zoning.
the town said you need 17 and a half
Yep.
for your spots. In
Correct.
my 19 years here, I've never heard that, but okay.
So-
And you're providing 16, and how many, so you need 34, you're providing 21. How many of the 21 are legal without other relief? Any of them, or no?
Without having the backup space, I don't think any of them would be quote-unquote legal. You know, they would all require relief for the backup space, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
In terms of the required number of spaces, this is a point that I tend to run into a lot with the design of firehouses, because you attempt to assign what is essentially, you know, the town sees this mostly as a B occupancy, a business occupancy, so it throws a gross square foot number at the building and says, you need this many spaces.
Right.
We provide the number of spaces based off of crew sizes to get onto trucks, not trucks in
I
this
think you
case,
provide the
engines.
number that your space can provide.
That too, yes.
So tell us why the 21 spots would be sufficient for your needs.
John, how many
Or
people
someone.
do you have going on each engine?
John Fabian, director from the firehouse. That parking lot is pretty much same parking lot I've been parking in for 50 years. Same amount of spots. Every once in a while we change when we do the lot over. It depends on really company meeting night. The lot will be full and we park on Grand Avenue, which is the road adjacent. Sometimes the guys park across the street because we have a lease agreement with the state of New York.
So say that again. Sometimes the guys park across the street because what?
If our parking lot's full and the street is full on Grand Avenue, there's an empty lot across the street that we lease from the state of New York. It's not part of the project, but we have a lease agreement. We can park in that lot if we have to.
Well, that's very relevant to our parking variance inquiry. So you have a lot across the street that you lease from the owner.
No, we lease it from the state of New
State of
York.
New
We have a
Okay,
lease agreement with the
From the state of
state.
New York, who's the owner, and that provides how many spots?
There's no line spots in there, so it's
Tell me how many
You're
cars.
talking
another 10, 15
Okay,
if we have to.
That's quite relevant, so, okay, keep going.
Okay, and then, did you have another question on it? Because I just wanted to...
Well, I have some other
Just-
questions, but stay on.
So,
An apparatus, in order for an apparatus to go, such as an engine, it needs a minimum of 4 members. First of all, that parking is not for the public use at all. It's literally only for volunteer members who are called to when there's an alarm. John could know, because John knows his firehouse more, but on an average fire alarm, there's not that many cars filled up. John, I don't know what the average number of you.
How many office people are, look, let's say there's a fire at 4 in the afternoon on a Wednesday. How many of those spots are already taken by the office people? And I'm not that concerned because you got the 10 spots.
There's no office people there.
Oh, I thought I saw.
There's a boardroom, there's a company officer's room, there's a chief's office.
Okay.
So that's, but
So no dispatcher,
no, we don't have dispatcher.
Okay.
I guess I'll also add really the layout of the parking lot, and this is kind of to your point, this is really the parking lot that they have today. So it was more about giving them back more or less what they had previously.
And then
Attempting to maintain.
if you, I'm just trying to get some of the basic information on the record. So if you went over it, I apologize. What's the lot area occupied, side yard, front yards that are required, and what are you providing?
I'm sorry, I wish I had all those numbers in my head.
Let me see if I can read them off your chart. So, let's see, lot coverage looks like, as you know, it's 27 and a half allowed. Looks like you're proposing 32.2%. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm pulling it up here. I should be able to read
Side
through
yard,
Right.
it's indicated here you need a 20-foot.
We had 16.38 for the side yard.
Right.
Front yard, this is a unique site in that it has 3 front yards, required is 25 feet. Our smallest is 11.42 feet, which is on Meadowbrook Road itself.
11, and how many, tell me the number of any of them that violate the 25.
2 of the 3. Lexington Avenue is 20.45 feet as well.
20.45, and the other one's 11.42?
Correct.
And the other one complies?
Yeah, Grand Avenue complies at 62.21 feet. And then there's also building height, like we talked about, required is 45. We're proposing 50.17.
Oh, I had 52 inches and a half or something.
50.17 is roughly 50 foot 2 inches. It's just a conversion to decimal.
Got it.
There's a couple points that I don't want to leave your points, if you don't mind. So I just wanted to address a couple things that you said and a couple things that you're right about. First off, the firehouse isn't getting built because there are new OSHA regulations. You know, that would be a ridiculous reason to build a new firehouse. There's a litany of reasons in terms of the age of the building, the service life of the building, the usable area, and there's the cost of what an addition to an existing building would be relative to the cost of building a new building, which there's a certain point when it crosses over, you know, where you're not really getting your money's worth out of it. So the decision was made to build a new building in this case. When you build a new building, you have to follow the new regulations, hence the larger apparatus bays. We have to look at what the width of their apparatus is, with the doors open next to each other, and can you still run in between them? And that's kind of the basis of the biggest part of the building. I'm sorry, you went over a couple other things.
I was just saying the size of it. Listen, I'm not against it.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm not going to say I'm against it. I'm for it. It's just that I don't know, number one, do you need such a big building, and that's not your say. Do you need more apparatus on a street that's absolutely insane to drive on?
That was the other point.
And Lexington Avenue, where there are autistic children and buses coming down with apparatus going out. The gentleman before spoke nice and said about the trucks coming in and out, but there's no time frame on the trucks. When the gentlemen pull up, you know, when the brake fire, they pull up and they pull out. There's no...
But the truck...
So the number of apparatus, that was the other one that I wanted to address. There's no change in the number of apparatus. Right now, they have there are 4 pieces of apparatus. There's 2 EMS, 2 engines. They are parked double stacked. Now they're going to be parked side by side, but no change. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I just didn't want them both talking because you can't take it down.
sorry.
But also,
Yeah, no
isn't the
change.
number of apparatus that are on the street at any given time just that which is required for an emergency?
Correct. The traffic is driven by call volume, not by the size of the building.
The two ambulances are backed up and the two engines are backed up. We're not purchasing a new ambulance or anything.
Right.
For it, they exist now. They're just stacked right now.
Got it.
All right, can I just say this then? The only other thing, I really addressed the traffic is my main concern.
Okay.
The other thing the site, the height.
You mentioned that.
And I want to mention it again because I just don't
Okay.
want it to get lost in the
Yep.
what seems to be an argument, that's all.
It's not.
It affects the residents who pay extreme taxes,
We
who
understand.
have to look at this, and I'm sure you do.
So
Okay.
if,
I just want to reiterate what I said, and I'm basically finished.
Okay, thank
All right.
you. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for your time.
Sir,
Thank you, boy.
if you're going to sum.
Wait, is there anyone else?
yeah, I'll only summarize one point just in response to the sightline.
Just a minute. We have a young lady here
Just give your name and address.
for the record.
No, once you get to the microphone.
Where's the sign-in sheet?
Victoria Verhagen for Lexington Avenue.
You're gonna have to speak louder, it's hard to hear.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? It's better?
Yes.
Okay, so my home is one house in, and from my yard, I can basically already see the fire department. And it's fine, it's not a big deal. There's a lot of trees, that's what I'm worried about. More of the aesthetics of it and how I just don't want it to affect my property value or quality of life in my yard.
Are the trees that she currently sees, are those
they
gonna
gonna
be
be removed?
maintained?
Many of the trees would be taken down as a result of building the new fire station. I'm not sure specifically which trees she's referring to, but we would have to take trees
It would
down
be
in order to
the-
construct it.
It would be the home that was purchased on Lexington Avenue
I'm sorry, can you
Oh,
tell me your name
those
again
trees.
so I can find your house?
for Lexington Avenue.
And your name?
Name.
Victoria Verhagen Robinson.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't see you. Say your last name again?
Robinson?
Oh, I didn't hear. So you're one house, so there's one house between you and the proposal?
Yes, they're also here, yeah.
And
So
Your
the-
house is to the east.
So your
The
eastern
west.
property line, there are trees there now, I guess?
It would be the entire back of the
Yeah, hold on.
building.
So are there trees on the eastern property line of subject property?
I think they're set in a little bit, but there are a few, I think there are 2 or 3 trees there, yeah.
Are-
I'm sorry,
are
I'm
there
not trying to be
trees
overly
on
technical.
the-
Yeah, we'll say yes.
East to
Yes.
Eastern
East
side of the
side.
structure?
Yes,
And are all of those trees that are going to be eliminated?
yes.
And what about a scenario, yeah, I see you're gonna propose, let's see this. What's the setback you're proposing there? The numbers aren't on my radius.
On that side, that would be the 16-foot setback.
Where are the
And
trees?
there's nothing else to be back there, right? There's no driveways back, that's just the back property line.
The only other thing in that corner, in that vicinity, would be the emergency backup generator. But I think that's a little bit closer to, it's a little bit further set
Where
in.
is it?
But yeah, otherwise, it's more just, clearance for building. The trees don't tend to survive the site work once you start digging in foundations alongside, so
Well,
they get
is-
taken down.
Okay,
They're gonna be
is there
16
some
feet
reason why
off
we
the
can't
line.
have new trees put in there to give some kind of buffer to the residents?
50 foot.
I mean, they're there now, and we're putting a bigger structure, and it would seem like a reasonable accommodation to put some trees in there, since it is a boundary that's shared with residential properties, and it's a big structure.
Yeah, I don't
Who
see
can
any
speak for the
reason.
group?
So currently, there was a garage on the property line, right next to your house?
Yes,
Right, so that,
that's not my house.
No,
My
it wouldn't
house
be
is next to
her
it.
house.
My
She's the
yard.
next house over.
She's
further.
one
oh,
in.
you're 2 houses in?
Yeah, but my yard is, everything is visible from my yard, of the back of where you're moving the whole
All right,
property
so we have
over.
14 Meadowbrook Road, there's a house, and then you're the second house?
I'm for Lexington.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
There's just one residential property
Okay.
between hers and this.
Right.
The
One-
only question is, can we
Actually,
get some
it-
trees put it back in?
Yeah.
We don't have, I don't,
Yeah, we,
Can't
me
have to
personally,
remove them?
I don't have a problem putting trees or bushes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
we-
can't
we
we
could
just get
propose
some
some- we could
trees or
propose
bushes
some
put
trees.
back in there?
Yes.
As a condition of
Anything
this?
just
Yes.
to make it, just that the back of a building is, you know, anything to make it look nicer.
Yeah,
Thank you.
understood.
Thank you. Well, something that's tall, not bushes,
Yes.
like trees, yeah.
Yeah,
Like real trees.
Yeah, not a 6-foot hedge that's never getting taller, but
No,
something,
if you-
whatever's
Yeah,
out
we'll-
there now, something like that.
We'll plant some
You put
tall-
arborvitaes in there, you can put trees in there. Arborvitaes might give you more of a sound barrier too, as the trees
Yeah,
will
it'll
grow up.
just make it feel like,
Oh,
you know, you're
yes.
in your yard, you don't want to look at a building.
Yes, I have no problem working with them on that.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Come up. This radius map.
My name is Christine Griebel. I live on 2 Lexington Avenue.
People.
I just have a question. I heard something about a park or a park bench.
Sorry, I apologize.
Hold on.
We're just
Griebel.
trying to find you.
Sure.
She's the one.
Oh, you said Graybill?
Griebel.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said something else. Okay, thank you, go ahead.
I heard something about there being a park or a park bench or something to that effect. I'm just kind of wondering where that would be located.
I kind of think I know where the park bench idea came from, but I'd rather not say.
That's fine.
The existing 9/11 monument that we have there now is going to be moved north of the firehouse a little bit. So that monument that's in front of the firehouse and the piece of steel from 9/11 is going to be moved up that way, and we just plan to fix it up a little bit nicer than we had it. But I don't really think there's going to be a park bench, because park bench leads to people sleeping on there at nighttime. And we had 4 of them in the firehouse while it was closed, so
Right.
Moving it to the Lexington
no park
Avenue
bench.
side?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Want to close? Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it is rendered. Thank you, folks. Have a nice
Second,
evening.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? EBK Foods.
Next up, we have case 449 of 24, West Hempstead, KBK Foods LLC, variance in off-street parking, proposed pizza restaurant in existing building, also known as 197 Hempstead Avenue.
Good afternoon. Appearing for the applicant, Howard Avrutine, 2116 Merrick Avenue, Merrick.
Sean Mulryan Engineering, 1225 Franklin Avenue, Garden City, New York.
James J. Stout, architect, 2 Greg Lane, East Northport, New York, 11731.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman. This is the application of KBK Foods LLC for a parking variance in connection with a proposed restaurant. The premises under application is located on the northerly side of Hempstead Avenue, 140 feet east of Morton Avenue in West Hempstead. The premises is developed with a retail shopping center and accessory parking constructed in approximately 1988. At that time, a parking variance was granted with 64 spaces being required and 46 spaces provided. By this application, the applicant seeks approval to utilize a 2,230 square foot portion of the center as a pizza restaurant in accordance with the plans filed with the board. Based upon the standard for parking required, 88 parking spaces are required for the entire center, with 46 spaces being existing. The proposed operation, hours of operation for the pizza restaurant are Sunday through Tuesday, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., Wednesday and Thursday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., Friday, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and Saturday night, depending on what time of year, approximately 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. It is going to be a kosher pizza restaurant, so that is the reason for the Sabbath, the Jewish Sabbath hours. There will be a maximum of 4 employees on site at any given time. Deliveries will be by box truck exclusively 4 times per week. And unless the board has specific questions of me regarding the description of the application, I'll introduce Sean Mulryan to testify regarding his parking and traffic analysis.
And you have previously been qualified by this board as a traffic and parking expert on any number of occasions. Since the last time we qualified you as an expert in parking and traffic, have any of your qualifications changed?
No, they have not.
Okay, so we will then allow you once again to testify as to parking and traffic.
Thank you very
Right
much.
ahead.
Again, Sean Mulryan Engineering, 1225 Franklin Avenue, Garden City, New York. Our office was asked to take a look at the subject application. This subject site is a retail center. It is a little bit unique in that it has 2 separate buildings. The subject parcel, if you will, and the subject use are on the west-hand side of the site. The site shares 2 parking lots. One is to the east of the proposed pizzeria. The other one is further to the east on the other side of the main building on the subject site. We looked at both parking lots in terms of occupancy and also the parking directly in front of the subject site on Hempstead Avenue and the surrounding roadways. We found that there was ample parking available on the subject site and immediately in front of the subject site to accommodate the proposed pizzeria. There is some portion of the center that is vacant. We took a look at the size of that vacancy and the availability of parking and believe that the proposed pizzeria and vacant retail space can be accommodated based again on the on-site parking that's provided. Again, there is 2 separate areas which are on either side of the main building. This building sits to the west of those parking lots, but is immediately next to one of the larger sizes of the parking lot. So we believe that based on our analysis, and I have numerous copies of my report here for the board to review, and I believe that it was uploaded to the town's website. The results of our analysis show that the parking available will accommodate the proposed pizzeria and reoccupation of the existing retail center. And just, again, to mention, this building was built in approximately 1945, so these buildings have been here for approximately 80 years and have operated as commercial businesses since that time.
Did you say it's 88 required and 46 provided, is that right?
Correct. There is 2 restaurants on the subject site, including the proposed use and the use directly next door, which is increasing the parking requirement above and beyond what a typical retail store would require.
So what was this space before it was this?
I understand that it was a garage at one time. There's been, I believe, various applications to occupy it, but it's been vacant for some time.
I'm just asking because it must be an increase in what was needed for the prior use, otherwise it wouldn't be here.
Correct.
Yes, I've been advised, Mrs. D'Amato, that it was formerly a bakery. So obviously the conversion to restaurant does exacerbate the parking requirement.
But once again, just for clarification, some of the increase, I believe, is mixed into the fact that there's 2 restaurants on the subject site, again, above and beyond what retail uses would use, and the restaurant next to us is currently operational.
But we're just before us is just the one, right?
Correct. Yes, unless there's any questions by the board, and if there are, I'd be happy to try to answer.
Any other questions from the board?
Move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Avertine, Ms. Mueller, and everyone else who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's ready.
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. This one. Yeah, this is horrible. This is horrible.
This is what they built on the next one. This
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
structural, this is outrageous.
Did Mark show you the photos? Mark, bring that down, please. Have this file? See?
Next up, we have cases 450 of 24 through 452 of 24, Inwood. Malind G. Chavre, variances, lot area, minimum lot depth, maintain two-family dwelling, variances, lot area occupied, average front yard setback, side yards aggregate, rear yard, maintain addition attached to dwelling, maintain 6-foot-high fence forward of the dwelling which may substantially obstruct line of sight, also known as 5 Alvin Place.
What comes in, clients on here?
Good afternoon. Gregory Mindel, 531 Lime Rock Road, Lakeville, Connecticut. Appearing for the owner, Malind G. Chavre, 933 Peninsula Boulevard, Woodmere, New York.
Couture.
The property is located at
Isn't it
5
funny that
Alvin
none of
Place,
what Mark has is
Inwood.
in here?
We're here this afternoon requesting permission to maintain a two-family dwelling. The existing structure is a one-story dwelling located at the end of a dead end. It's a cul-de-sac at that end of the street. The existing home has been owned by Mr. Chavre since 2004 when he purchased that home. He would like to keep a two-family dwelling which would maintain 2 bedrooms on the left side of the dwelling with a single kitchen and bathroom, and on the right-hand side of the dwelling, as you can see on the floor plan, we'll have 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. In this particular neighborhood, it's a very unique area. I'll submit to the board 2 copies of a panel obtained from Property Shark, which indicates all of the 2 to 4 family dwellings within the area. And those dwellings are marked by a red dot. The green dot indicates Mr. Chavre's residence at 5 Alvin Place, Inwood. So you can see on his particular block that there are 5 known two-family dwellings. Additionally, on the street behind him, there are 6 two-family dwellings, and the next street over there are 3 2 to 4 family dwellings. And that's located
Mr.
within the
Mindel,
radius.
Mr. Mindel, not to interrupt, but I'm going to interrupt. You characterize this as maintaining a two-family dwelling.
Yes.
Is it a legal two-family dwelling now?
No, sir.
Okay. How many of the red dots that are shown on that exhibit are legal two-family dwellings, if you know, and how did they maintain a two-family status? Were any of them the subject of variances?
The neighborhood is unique. This particular home was constructed in 1930, so this is an older neighborhood, and there are not many records on any of these properties.
But it was not constructed as a two-family
No, sir.
dwelling, correct? You
To
don't
my
have a
knowledge,
letter
no.
in lieu,
This was a bungalow cottage
okay?
originally on Red Fern Avenue. There are 6 new two-family dwellings located on that street. The ones on Alvin Place and Monroe, I believe, are all non-conforming dwellings where there are no records. So I was not able to obtain that information.
So just repeat that. Which ones were new two-family dwellings?
The ones on Red Fern Avenue,
And-
which are
and-
actually over the Queens border. So this property is unique because it abuts the Queens border on 2 sides.
Got it. But Red Fern Avenue and those two-family dwellings are in the county of Queens, not Nassau. So
Yes,
they did not come before this board. They were not the subject of any variance applications,
That's
correct?
I'll submit to you an aerial photograph in which you can see the location of the dwelling. It's indicated with a mark, a red mark, 5 Alvin Place. And you can see the dwellings
Yeah, I know.
located along Red
I
Fern,
know.
as well as the general character of the area. Parking is not an issue on this end of the cul-de-sac or dead end because of its large circular area. In fact, what happens is a lot of the dwellings that you'll notice just to the south of this subject property actually have gates that open from the Queens side into the town of Hempstead side, and some people do utilize that as parking on that side. There is not a parking or traffic issue, however, at that end of the cul-de-sac. I've been to the property numerous times, different times of the day, and I can attest that there is not a parking issue at that end. What also is unique about the area of this subject parcel is the town has created a TOD district, transit-oriented district, which is literally located across the street from the subject site. And I'll submit 2 copies of a panel that was taken indicating the TOD district area. And you can see section number 2 is located along Alvin Place and is directly across the street.
Mr. Mindell?
Let's go through the numbers.
Oh, so the required lot area in this, urban renewal, you're saying that the lot area required in where the subject property is been reduced to 4,000 square feet, is that right?
I'm still on the 2-family part, but maybe
Sorry, you want to keep going on
we can
that?
jump ahead 1 second. So, one of the additional requests is lot area occupied.
Right.
And this existing lot is 2,395.2 square feet. Urban B zone requires 4,000 square feet.
Right, and that would be, I mean, 4,000 is low, but granted, they made a special zone. You're proposing a little more than half of that, and that would be the requirement for obviously a single-family residence. I know you already know
Well,
that.
obviously, we're not reducing the lot area, it's what's there. This is a neighborhood that was developed in the 30s. So it's very unique compared to other areas in the town of Hempstead that I've been before the board with.
And I just want to go through the basic numbers. So lot area is required 4, and you're providing 23,952.
Yeah.
Lot area occupied, 50% max, and you're asking for 64.9. Is that right?
Correct, 64.9% or 14.9% over, which is approximately 357 square feet. So not, square footage-wise, not a large request.
Now, it says front yard is 11.12 feet.
So-
What's the required front yard in that?
So the average front yard setback in that zone is 11.12 feet. We had
That
a
is
licensed
the
land
average.
surveyor go and measure every home on that particular block because there are no records available for the properties that are located to the north. And I've submitted a copy of that average setback survey to the town.
Right, so you're telling us that you survey determined front yard average required was 11.12. And then this says 2 feet, 2 EX, what is 8 feet
So
to one-story?
we have an existing 8.43 foot front yard setback to the dwelling itself.
No, opposite.
At
2
one
feet
end, there is an existing one-story addition that is permitted under the non-conforming permit. That means a 2-foot setback to existing. So the front of the dwelling area that is a walk-in closet is 2 feet from the front setback. And that's permitted under a non-conforming permit that was obtained.
Rear yard requires 20 feet, you're proposing 2.58, is that, go with that, it's hard to see with the line.
The existing dwelling built in 1930 maintains a 2.58-foot rear yard setback.
The addition 3.1, you're proposing.
The addition area 3.1, which is extended off of another area of that 1930 dwelling, which is also 3.1 feet. So we're not reducing the rear yard setback any further than what's currently there.
And your side yard required at 5, you got a 3.1 and 3.0.
Correct.
Aggregate 15, you got a 6.1.
Yes. So we're asking for a reduction of 8.9 feet aggregate side yard setback.
And other than the neighborhood seems to have a lot of these, I apologize, but what was the argument that it makes sense to stick 2 families into this little tiny spot?
This particular property is very unique. The land located to the rear is a large vacant lot located over the Queens border that someday I'm sure will be developed.
That's the one called Beach 11th Street Holdings?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. The character of the neighborhood, as I stated, has a lot of 2-family, what I believe to be non-conforming dwellings, as illustrated on the panel that I submitted to the board. There's a need for affordable housing in this area. This will provide another dwelling unit for people residing in this area. That is why the town of Hempstead created the TOD district literally across the street, which could end up with a multi-story, multi-family parcel right across the street from this particular dwelling. I feel it's a very unique parcel in character. I've never come across a property that borders on 2 sides of Queens border, has a type of district being created across the street, has plenty of parking in the cul-de-sac like this.
Have you been to the property?
Many times.
Is one of the board members, one or more, I'm not sure, I did not myself, but took some photographs and visited, and that addition, literally, I'm sure you saw, unless it's changed, looks like a lean-to, basically.
He is going to bring that up into a modern state of repair. Part of the problem with this dwelling is it's a 1930 building, and he wants to bring it up into a modern state of repair with, modern kitchens, modern appliances in those kitchens, and it should, for all intents and purposes, be the best home on the block when
Does
finished.
the owner live there?
He does not currently live there, no.
So they're both rental units?
There's nobody living in the secondary unit.
So when we do, if we're inclined to grant a 2-family, and I'm not saying anything, I'm only one and I don't know enough about it quite yet, and I don't know what my colleagues think. One of the common conditions we impose, you probably know, Mr. Mindell, is that one unit be owner occupied. Is that something that your client would agree to if we were to consider this application?
I will discuss it with him. I know that that is something that the board does like to see.
Do you have any idea as to whether or not your client is imagining this is just a double rental, or I'm going to live there and rent the other side?
I asked him yesterday, and it seems that the intention is to move back in, but he wants it to be in a proper state of repair and brought up to excellent standards.
How many bedrooms were in the smaller add-on unit, 2?
2 bedrooms in the secondary unit, 3 bedrooms in the primary unit.
When was the secondary unit built, if you know?
That was started a few years back. There was an existing extension, and I think it encompassed part of that. I came onto this after it looks the way you see it today.
Is that second unit being used for anything?
It's vacant right now.
It's completely vacant?
Yes.
So it's not used for anything?
It is not used right now.
Okay, and the
Doesn't look
first
like it.
unit, is that vacant also?
No, that one is occupied. There haven't been any objections from anybody in the neighborhood. No one has contacted me in regards to the application.
I have a question. What's the fence, what's the 6-foot fence doing by the street? I was told by one of the neighbors when I took pictures that they were using it as a nightclub at some point. That's what I was told.
That I'm not aware of.
That's what I was told. I just
That may
came
be a
to,
property across.
no, they told,
On the
they
Queens
told,
side.
that's what I was told. I just want you to know that.
I've met Mr. Chavre. It does not seem like something that would be happening.
What would be the purpose of the fence in
The
front of?
purpose of the fence
Yeah.
is because people are parking, coming through the gate from the other side, from Redfern, parking their vehicles, and trash is being left in front of his property because they try to park in front of the subject
No,
site.
I understand that, but to have a 6-foot fence looks like it's about 2 or 3 feet from the curb is very odd.
It does not pose any line of sight issue because you can't drive past this house.
But it's not supposed to be there.
It is forward of the dwelling, yes. But it's meant to screen the property, to keep the property from being littered on. Because every time I've gone there, there's been litter in that whole area of the cul-de-sac, at the bottom of the cul-de-sac, and in front of that fence.
Is there, there's no basement to this structure, is
There
there?
is no basement. This is a one-story dwelling.
So you said there's foot traffic. Where are they coming from? Where are they going?
If you look at the aerial photograph that I supplied, you can see the multiple row houses to the south side of Redfern. They have, some of the properties there have gates, and they're coming through from that side, which is very unique. I've never run across a property that's had that situation.
That concludes your presentation, Mr. Mindel?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I would just move, Mr. Chairman, that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Mindel, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered. Thank you. Have a nice day.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have a good day.
Stephanie, you okay? Or you need a break? Pardon? Okay. 4:20, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we hear the next case to give the court reporter the opportunity to flex her fingers. We'll be back at 4:30. This is a popular application. The next one.
Sorry about the noise before.
Patrick? Folks, I'm going to call the case.
Next, we have case 45324, Woodmere Conklin Estates, LLC. Variances, lot area occupied, front yard setback, side yard, rear yard, construct 16-unit apartment building, special exception to park in the front yard setback, and insufficient maneuvering aisle, two-way traffic at basement floor. South side Conklin Avenue, 140.15 feet east of Young Place.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. William Benesso for Chile, Deegan Tirana, 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard, Uniondale, New York, here on behalf of the applicant, Conklin Estates, LLC. Seated behind me to my left are the principals of Conklin Estates, Ryan and Guy Friedman. Conklin Estates is the owner of the subject parcel of property, which is situated on the south side of Conklin Avenue in Woodmere. It is 35,863.93 square feet in size, just over a 3/4 of an acre. This property in the past, presently vacant, but in the past it was a nursery site with a hodgepodge of uses on it. There were storage of materials and equipment. There was even live animals. There was a building right up out on Conklin Avenue. Back about 10 years ago, the applicant obtained the property and went to the town board with a proposal to rezone the property to the CA zoning district. That was approved in its initial configuration as townhouses. The application moved forward, but when the applicants determined the taxes that would be associated on with these the townhouse units and felt that they would not be saleable, they went back to the town board in 2022 and asked for permission to develop the 16-unit apartment development that is before the board today. That application was approved by the town board, or reapproved, if you will, for the CA zoning district in May of 2022, and the applicant then moved on to the building department. Over the course of numerous months, the construction drawings were prepared and submitted. At a certain point, the building department determined that there were variances required mainly in connection with some retaining walls that surround the property on the westerly and southerly side of the property, which generated, because they were now calculating the area within the retaining walls because they're structures, it increased the building area to over 35%, brought it up to 37.1%, I believe, or 37%. And it also required some setback variances not from the building, but from the retaining walls. And I would assert to the board that these are basically technical and minor variances because they don't change what the town board saw and approved. The building has not changed in terms of size or location. It still meets the required setbacks to the building for the side yards and the rear yards for the property. On the front of the building, there is a roofed-over portion that is approximately, at the front entrance, that is approximately 25 feet wide by 5 feet deep. That extends 5 feet into the required front yard, and then there are 4 balconies that extend into the required front yard by 2 feet. So, but other than that, the building itself, the main building itself, is at the required 25-foot setback.
Mr. Bonesso, if you did not need area variances and the insufficient backup and the front yard parking, would you need to come to us for the 16 units?
No, not at all. And in fact, the applicant tried, before I was retained, the applicant was working with the building department trying to avoid having to come in for the variances, handle it administratively, but they ultimately determined that, no, these are, while they're technical variances, they are variances, so it needs to go to the board. But in terms of the number of units, in terms of the building itself, its setbacks, the building's requirements, nothing in the way of that or in any way with regard to the approval from the town board needs this board's approval.
So you
The
said
parking is, the parking meets the required parking, but for the parking that is space number 1 that you'll see by the entrance, it's a handicap parking space. That space is within the front yard setback, and that triggered the need for a special exception for that. And then the only other relief pertaining to parking, it's not really pertaining to parking, but it has to do with the drive aisles. In the basement where there is parking, there is one portion of the drive aisles that is only 20 feet wide as opposed to the required 24 feet wide, but that portion is not where any of the cars turn in to park. So it's not where a car would be turning 90 degrees perpendicular to pull into a parking space. Rather, it's by a portion of the building that where there's no parking adjacent to it, and it doesn't impact cars making 90-degree turns into the parking
And you said
spaces.
the side yard is just the retaining wall?
Yes, the side yard, if you look on the westerly property line, you'll see it's 20.6 feet. Actually, I'm sorry, it's 13.5 feet to the retaining wall, but to the building, it's the required 20 feet. So the building meets the side yard setback requirement, but the retaining wall that is installed in order to accommodate the parking below the building, that requires the side yard setback. Similarly, the rear yard setback, which is 6.5 feet to the corner of the retaining wall on the southwesterly portion of the property, that too is to the retaining wall. It's not to the building. The building is a full 25 feet back. There's no portion of the building that extends other than, like, as I said, those balconies that extend beyond the required setbacks. So again, as I would characterize these as technical variances only identified by the building department once the application went back to them, because during the initial review for the rezoning, the building department never identified these as variances. They were only identified when it went back to them for the building permits. That's when it became apparent that they had to come back to, or come to the board for the first time. So those are the reliefs that are being requested. In all other regards, the 16-unit development is approved by the town board, and at the town board there was extensive testimony taken over the course of two hearings. There was a traffic engineer who looked at it and testified. There was a real estate expert who looked at it and testified. So, if you will, the hard questions were addressed at that time, and this really relates to some technicalities that need to be addressed before they can proceed with the construction.
Mr. Bonesso, the lot area occupied, it looks here like it's 35% in this CA zone, and you're proposing 37?
Yeah, and that again becomes necessary only because the areas within the retaining wall are being included now as opposed to the areas within the building. Unless the board has any further questions, that's our direct presentation. I know that there are some neighbors here who we spoke with briefly, or I spoke with some of the neighbors briefly outside, but I know that there are some neighbors here who had some concerns. Yes, sir.
Why did you change from townhouses to rentals? Because the neighborhood, let me just finish my point.
From what my client...
The neighborhood is single-family homes. There are some condos or houses across the street that were built with a singular road inside, parking spaces in each one of them. I actually checked the neighborhood out. There's no parking on the street, so if they have visitors and things, they will be overwhelmed. And it just doesn't seem to me like, if it's not owner occupied, like it fits in the neighborhood. That's just my opinion.
That, you're entitled to your opinion, Mr. Plumer, but...
I just wanted to
No,
know.
I
As
understand.
far as the parking concerns,
Well, there is no parking variance here. The site meets the parking requirement. It meets the obligation for 2.33 spaces per unit.
thank you.
Yeah, and I would just add to that from the standpoint of the apartments, converting it from townhomes to apartments, that did not just happen. The applicant went back to the back to the town board and represented the case to the town board. So the town board had a second opportunity to look at it, and the town board deemed it appropriate for the apartment development. So it's not a situation where they got approved for sale units and now they're trying to sneak in apartments. Not at all. They went back to the town board and got approved for the apartments.
We have people in opposition who would like to speak first. Please come up. One at a time. No. Podium.
Hi, my name is Rod Hurst. I live on Conklin Avenue, and this property has been vacant for several years, and I've lived on Conklin for 30 years. We always assumed that this property, when it was originally owned by Luke's Florist, he had come to us some 25 years ago, starting a petition that he wanted to put in condos. Well, my wife had signed the petition, and we were pretty much willing for that. But all of a sudden, out of the clear blue sky on June 6th, we got notice that there's been an approved apartment house going on 5 houses away from us.
We live 450 feet from Luke's Forest, and we never got any notification at all that there was a meeting, that there was any type of apartment building being thought of in that lot.
Well,
So they're saying it was approved, but someone who's 450 feet away, who's lived there for 30 years, I think that I should have been notified.
Again, it was somewhat of a surprise. I think everybody that's here at this moment is in agreement that we really don't need 16-unit apartments built on Conklin Avenue. We can't get off our street. The street consists of one-side parking. When I leave during the day, if you head up towards Broadway, you either have to weave in and out of other cars when there's someone parked on the side street. The traffic is a situation. Again, we were never even aware that something of this magnitude was going to be moving into our block. And I think that's what we're really mostly objecting to. And if by fighting the variances to halt this whole process, that's exactly what we're here for. Our main concern is this apartment house.
This is a single-family residential area, and now you're looking for an apartment building in a neighborhood that's not meant for apartment houses. It's a there's no even two-family houses on this street. It's all single-family houses.
I don't
Town
see
board
the
created CA's own.
We're worried about parking. As you said, we are very worried about guests. And you know, we're talking about 2 to 3 bedroom apartments with the 3-bedroom apartment is going to have 5, 6 people in it, visitors, school buses like crazy.
regulation which brought this about. For 30 years, we were expecting something. We would never objected to what I originally said, condos, single-family homes. A condo at least, 5, 6 units, 16, it's above and beyond.
Thank you.
We have some other neighbors.
Yes, yeah, they'll be given the opportunity. Who else would like to come up and speak?
Patricia Marrow. I live at 95 Conklin Avenue. I have been there for 72 years. To have an apartment building built on Conklin Avenue, not in a residential block like we have, I oppose it, I'm sorry. But the traffic is awful. If you're familiar with the five towns, you can't get down Broadway, East Broadway, West Broadway. You can't move in the five towns anymore. That's it, really.
Okay, my name is Christine Berg. This is my husband, Joseph. I've lived in Woodmere my whole life.
Can you speak up a little louder?
I'm sorry. I've lived in Woodmere my whole life. We presently live, I grew up on Young Place, which is adjacent to Conklin Avenue. We presently live on East Broadway, 1081 East Broadway. My husband has lived in that residence for 75 years, grew up there. We have seen many changes come and go in the area. And traffic situation in these areas lately has been horrendous. The adjacent streets that come along, Johnson Place, Lynn Place, all of these streets now are so jammed with, and Center Street, which is absolutely horrendous. If a fire truck or some emergency vehicle needed to go down that street, there's parking on one side of that street as well. It's impossible. You'd have to go down and have to back out to get out of that street. By adding 16 units to an area that is already jam-packed, it just seems to me ludicrous, because how this is helping the community for renters, there's rental apartments on Woodmere Boulevard, there's rental apartments around the area. How putting a 16-unit rental space there, let's face it, today, there's nobody that has one vehicle. So you're approximately looking at 16, 32 vehicles, and then, like previously said, anybody that's got company or anything on that, for that street, it's impossible. It's impossible. I mean, originally, like these people have said, originally we thought, okay, the vacant space has been vacant for some time. We grew up with these people, Mrs. Howe, and Mr. Morrow. They've lived there their whole lives as we have. And we've seen the changes that have taken place. It's just, it's incredible to think we already have problems with people in the area, because everything that goes down Conklin now filters onto East Broadway. The traffic situation at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Broadway is incredible, because now people are going, and once that unit or that proposal to put in that project that's going to happen at the Woodmere Club, once that goes and takes an effect, all that traffic will be coming down Broadway as well. So this is another problem that we're facing down the road too, with the traffic situation. You know, originally it was thought that, okay, the property maybe will be developed into maybe a few houses, maybe a small cul-de-sac, or even some condos. That you could deal with. They're on the tax rolls, their children will go to the high school, and so on and so forth. But to have all these units and then rental apartments, it's just incredible. And nobody really, other than just a week or so ago, did we ever really find out about what was going on with these variances for parking. We never really knew anything about what was going to be addressed there and what was going to be placed there. So we were just kind of blindsided by this whole thing, really. And it's really not fair. If I could have, I would have had my neighbor who lives on the corner of Young Place and Conklin Avenue, Mrs. Owens. She couldn't come today. She's 90 years old. I just spoke with her the other day. She also received one of these forms in the mail that we found out about this. And she was very upset too, because she is being affected by even the Cedar Glen estates that are there, that have been there since the 90s when the Woodmere Junior High School was torn down and they put those condos up. She can't park in front of her house at times. She had a 90-year-old mother at the time that had to park in the town of Hempstead parking lot and walk with groceries because she couldn't park on her own street there on Young Place. I lived and grew up on Young Place with 4 houses.
How far?
Everything was fine.
How far away from the subject property do you live, if you could estimate?
Well, what did she say, hon? How far away from the corner? Conklin Avenue is about, what is it, Longworth, 100 feet or something? No,
I mean, I feel like people are saying they were unaware of the town board hearing that was well before this. The rezoning and that we had nothing to do with.
Yeah.
And I think that did you not get notice of I don't know when the town board hearing was?
Mr. Benesso,
None of us knew.
hold on a second. Mr. Benesso, do you know what the notice requirements were when they went before
The
town board?
notice requirement for a town board rezoning application is 200 feet, and up until recently, they did not require posting of the property. So anyone outside of the 200-foot requirement would not have received a notice. That said, the applicant complied with the notice requirement at both hearings before the town board. So he has done his job. It's the town that sets the notice requirement. They determine what is appropriate and what is not. We comply with it.
Did you do those town board hearings?
No, I did not. I did not.
So we don't really know for sure what, I mean, I know we're assuming the
Well, I
notice-
know the town board resolution indicates that the notice was duly sent and handled properly.
There, we saw when the yellow sign was posted notifying us of this hearing, it was in the middle of the property. And it was pretty visible. We saw it right away. Patty and I made flyers, and we actually walked around and handed out 170 flyers. So all the neighbors would know what was going on, because none of them did know. And a couple of days after our flyers went out, that sign on the property was moved to a much less conspicuous area, and trucks were put in front of it. I would like to know why that permit sign became much less visible and was hidden by trucks after our flyers went out.
All right. Do you have anything else you'd like to add, ma'am?
Well, all I'd like to say is the people that are going to rent these apartments, the people that are going to rent these so-called apartments, they're going to be just as unhappy as the residents that have been there for years, because they are going to run into the same problems with traffic and congestion. And the concern by one of the gentlemen I read on a feed was to keep people here on Long Island, and this is exactly the opposite of what's going to happen, because people are leaving Long Island because the traffic and congestion is ridiculous. And by stuffing more people into smaller spaces is not helping anything. So, that's all I have
Thank you.
to say.
We have some other people who wanted to speak?
Wait, Mr. Robert wants to just testify before, if he wants to submit an exhibit to evidence. I gave Mr. Vanessa a copy.
Do you have any objections to this being admitted?
I've lived in my house for 75 years. I've lived in my house for 75 years in Woodmere. Excuse me, my hearing's very bad. Oh. Joseph Berg Jr., 1081 East Broadway, Woodmere. Recently, they put up a new house, 2 houses away from us. Okay, the people moved in there. They have 5 vehicles. My neighbors are complaining to me that they're parking all over the place and everything like that. We have a lot of vehicles personally, but all our vehicles are in our yard. There just isn't any more room for things around Conklin. This being on Conklin, if anybody goes there and looks, it's only common sense that this does not go on Conklin. It's too much, the whole area is crowded, it's making life miserable and unhappy for the people that have lived there all their years and paid their taxes. This has to be somewhere else, not on Conklin. That's only common sense.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. With respect to this exhibit, do you have any objections to this?
No
being
objection,
evidence?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll accept this in evidence.
My name is Richard Cohen. I live at 38 Clubside Drive in Woodmere, which is in the townhouse development that the gentleman on the left was discussing previously. I've lived there for 24 years. I am currently the president of the Homeowners Association, which I have been for about 17 years. I would like to just present these. Just 2 copies of what the street
Could you,
looked like today.
could you please, you took those photographs yourself, sir? When you took them today, and they fairly inaccurately depict what they purport to? Okay. Mr. Benesso, do you have any objection?
No objection.
Okay, we'll show it to Mr. Benesso. Okay. Any objection, Mr. Benesso?
No, Mr. Chairman.
We'll accept it in evidence as well. Okay, sir.
Our property contains 46 units within 8 buildings with 1 entrance and exit onto Conklin Avenue, which is about 15 to 20 yards off of Broadway on the north side of Conklin. Our property runs from Broadway to Lynn Place, and about 30% of our property, which is part of our pool and our tennis court, would face this development. I would like to note that my comments are concerns that have been expressed to me by some of our residents. They are in no way to be construed as any reflection on the Friedman Group or the Friedman family, as coincidentally they are currently residents renting in our community. I assume that if exceptions and variances are required for this development, I would conclude that the project does not meet some of the current Town of Hempstead ordinances for the construction on the stated location. I have surveyed the area, and the 3 streets that run parallel to Conklin Avenue, namely Center, Brower, and Neptune, contain only single-family homes that run from Broadway to East Broadway. The only commercial-type buildings in the area are on the corner of Broadway and these streets. I also note that there are 3 streets that have entrances to Conklin Avenue. 2 of them, 2 small streets, Yale and Wales Place, each containing 4 private homes that have been there as long as I have been living in the area, and contain 3 additional entrance and exit points onto Conklin, which is already significantly clogged. There's also a small 7-unit apartment building on Lynn Place, which is approximately 25 yards north of Conklin and exits onto Conklin, just east of where the main entrance and exit for this development is to be located. This particular building has no parking, and the street in the area is always congested and very hard to navigate. I appeared at a hearing, as I believe 8 or 10 years ago, in reference to the townhouses that were planned for the unit, and I now have information as to why the townhouse development changed into a 16-story apartment building. I have reviewed the plans and have noted the extensive details within. I make no assertions that I have any specific knowledge of engineering plans, construction details, or am I well versed on the rules, regulations pertaining to the projects required for construction in the town of Hempstead. I express these concerns on behalf of the residents that I serve. Number one, the transient nature of rental properties. Two, the maintenance of rental properties as opposed to owner-occupied residences. The concern to the area of constructing a small apartment building in the middle of a residential area. The noise, traffic disruption, and parking conditions that would occur during the construction process on the street. By bringing an additional 16 family units to the area would cause congestion into an area already saturated with both auto and pedestrian traffic. Conklin Avenue, as noted on the pictures I supplied, is a small thoroughfare from Broadway to East Broadway, approximately a quarter of a mile, and allows for only parking on one side of the street. On many days, the street is so congested that cars have to stop and back up to exit and enter the area. It is my hope that maybe that the property could be utilized in an area with single-family homes as we have in the area now. I would like to thank the board for this opportunity to speak and express the concerns of my residents, and hope that you will take these issues into your discussions regarding the issuance of the exceptions and variances for this development. Thank you for this opportunity.
Suze Wong, 60 Johnson Place, Woodmere, New York. 60 Johnson Place, Woodmere, New York. I'm floored. I had no clue about this until I got here today. I saw the flyer, and when I spoke to, none of my neighbors knew about it. I live off Lynn Place, so Conklin's here and Johnson Place is here. And then you have Lynn Place in between. The traffic is insane. Young drivers are flying down in the area on Lynn and Johnson Place. We have no speed bumps. It's just a matter of time before they hit a person. Over the years, I've been there over 30 years there, raising my 3 children. They hit a tree that I think it was removed, but one of them is still standing. They hit a tree, 3 trees over the 30 years. One on my property, and the tree was old. I had to finally take it down. If that tree wasn't there, they would have gone right into my house. And then there were 2 hits on one tree that on Johnson Place, the part where it curves. The house on that curve has an old tree that was hit twice by someone flying down that street. I can't fathom, I can't wrap it around my head that someone's going to bring rentals into this area. I purposely bought this house because it was an old, quaint area, and I wanted my kids to have that experience. You're bringing rentals in here now, 16 units? Are they, what taxes are they paying for the school board, for everything going on? Because our taxes are going up. My husband's getting ready to retire in July. Our taxes are going up. We're paying for everything. I don't have 3 children anymore because they grew up and I'm on grandchildren now. I'm staying in Long Island because where else am I going to go if my 3 kids are between Manhattan and the North Shore? But it's really difficult living in that area when you're taking away that whole quaint area, the feeling. And not for nothing, but I will mention, Hewlett Harbor is now putting up, which is 1 block from me, is putting up the gates so that they're closed so people can't get in. They want a closed community, okay? And they have speed bumps. I couldn't get a speed bump in front of my house even after the 3 cars hit trees, okay? They have speed bumps going up. They're glorifying the area, and they're going to get a lot of money for their homes. So whoever's doing it, good luck. I think it's wonderful. But in the meantime, now that they put those gates up because they don't want people going through because they had problems with break-ins and cars being stolen, so now they're putting a gated community there. So now when those gates are closed, people have to go through Johnson Place and Conklin, which are the main streets going through, to get around everything. And it really needs to be on someone's conscience that, and these young drivers, they're not even looking, we don't even have a stop sign where that end is. And the signs there, it's ridiculous. People park on both sides of the street on Johnson Place. You cannot even go through. About 2 months ago, I was going around the bend on Johnson Place, coming from East Broadway. There was a party going on, and everyone was triple parked. I could not get to my house. I couldn't get to my house, and I refused to, I had to get out and tell people to move. I was stuck. I just can't understand, and I was not notified. How dare you bring 16 units and not notify people? With all the AIs and all the computer things that you have these days, you can't, oh, they send you mail for the congressman. They send you mail for everything else. We never got mail telling us about this. It's horrible. It's just horrible. I'm not as well-spoken as some of the other people here, but I'm talking from my heart. I don't even know what to say. It's just horrible. And rentals, when you have rentals, the people that rent do not take into consideration what they should be. I shouldn't say that. Let me rephrase this. When you have a house, you take so much pride in the gardening and keeping the house up and your backyard. When you have rentals, they don't have to worry about that. There's so much their heart is not into the community.
Mr. Chairman,
At least from my viewpoint.
I object to this testimony.
Okay.
This is out of line. To assert that people who rent are any worse than people who own, that's
take
just
that off.
that's just discrimination, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
so then take that off the paper. Yeah, in summary, we were not notified, and the traffic is horrendous. Can I just say one thing? So no one thinks that I am prejudiced. My husband happens to be Chinese. I'm Jewish. No, I'm not religious, and I'm not Orthodox. And I teach my children to never be like that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief. I've already addressed the notice issue. The notice requirements for the town board, not one but 2 hearings, were met. It's the town that imposes the requirement, not the applicant. The applicant complied with the town's requirements. I'm sorry? Not this board, correct. This board requires posting. Now the town board also requires posting. This board requires posting and notice. Both were done and done according to the requirements of the zoning board. The assertions regarding traffic, again, at the change of zone application, traffic testimony was provided. With regard to the assertion that this is a purely single-family area, right across the street from this, as noted by the gentleman who spoke, is a multifamily development, CA zoned, just like the zoning that this property has obtained. This property meets the parking requirement. In fact, it exceeds it. So when the parking requirement for the town in the CA zone is implemented, they consider not just the amount of parking required by the residents, but visitor parking as well. The requirement is 4 spaces per every 3 units, plus 1 visitor space per every unit. I would wager that the parking on this site would provide more available parking than would most single-family houses having a party in their backyard, which nobody ever complains about. The assertions that the variances here, technical variances pertaining to setback, pertaining to a parking space in a front yard setback, and a maneuvering space in the garage, None of the testimony you've heard from the opposition is at all relevant to it. The arguments about rentals versus owned units, not relevant to the variances that are being sought. The question of single-family versus multifamily, not relevant to the variances being sought. The only thing that is for the board's consideration is whether or not the setbacks from those retaining walls, the setbacks of the balconies and that front portico to the property lines, and that parking space in the front yard setback and that maneuverability, if any of those will negatively impact the community and have a lasting impact on the character of the neighborhood. I put it to you that none of the testimony establishes anything negative about those, and in fact, these have been reviewed by the town board, and the town board saw fit to not only grant a multifamily use of this property, but an apartment use of this property. And the last thing I will say is the assertion that people are leaving Long Island because of the traffic. The people are leaving Long Island because there is no alternative to single-family housing. It has been, study after study after study has revealed that this Long Island, including the town of Hempstead, requires more alternative housing, including multifamily developments and apartments. And without those, you're going to continue to see people leaving Long Island. So all that being said, I would only point out that the Nassau County Planning Commission recommended local determination, and I would ask the board to consider the applications favorably. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
No.
She already had her opportunity to say
That's
it.
the chairman.
I can't.
I'm advised that the sign was blown down as a result of a windstorm, but it was put back up on the same fence that it was on previously. And the photo of the car parked in front of it, I talked to my clients, they do not control that car, they don't own that car, and nobody they know owns or controls that car that was parked in front of the sign.
Ma'am,
No, it
Ma'am.
can be put anywhere on the fence in front of the property.
okay, all right. Any other questions from the board?
I would just move, Mr. Chairman, that this hearing be closed, that the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Each of you who have signed in will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all for coming and participating.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Next, we have cases 9224, Inwood 105 through 107 Dowdy Boulevard, LLC. Variances, height exceeds number of stories, construct three-story office building, waive off-street parking, demolish existing building, west side of Dowdy Boulevard on 151.14 feet north of Bayview Avenue. Also, we have case 137724, Inwood 105 through 107 Dowdy Boulevard, LLC. Use variance to construct three-story office building, a portion of which is in Res B district with side yards and rear yards variances. West side of Dowdy Boulevard, 151.14 feet north of Bayview Avenue.
Dawn, could you please tell those people that we have to have another hearing? If they would be so kind as to vacate the premises. Mr. D'Agostino, you're doing cleanup? You're doing cleanup? It's nice of you to bring Mr. Jeb Nelson here.
As Shakespeare would say, good morrow, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, but I just couldn't pass that up. Your alter ego. Do you remember, does anybody remember the movie Susie Wong? Do you remember that? You would, right? Mr.
I'm sorry,
D'Agostino?
could you-
Does anyone remember the movie Susie Wong? Had to be how many years ago? Do you remember that?
I remember.
I'm sure you would. You're older than I am. You may be one of the few people on the face of the planet. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Albert D'Agostino. I'm a member of the firm of Minerva and D'Agostino PC, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York. And I'm here on behalf of 105-107 Dowdy Boulevard LLC. The subject premises are identified as 195 through 109 Dowdy Avenue, located in the unincorporated hamlet of Inwood. And the subject property appears on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map as Section 040, Block 166, Lot 106. The subject parcel is a lot which is trapezoidal in shape, having frontage of 86.78 feet on the on its east side, which fronts on the west side of Dowdy Boulevard, with a depth of 115.86 feet on the north side. Generally, on the south side, there are two dimensions, 122.17 and 128.81. The lot area is 12,578.19 square feet. The property is presently improved with a currently vacant framed structure, which was built almost 100 years ago and had remained in the same family until my client acquired the subject property. It is a frame building constructed somewhere around 1930 or so, and it originally housed an automotive use downstairs and residential apartments upstairs. I believe there were apartments. Okay, I think it was 3 apartments. The proposed improvement is what I would refer to as a luxury or state-of-the-art proposed 3-story office building consisting of 22,753 square feet over a basement. The proposed facility is intended to house the central offices of business entities which are related to the applicant in ownership, and those business entities involve, among other things, import and distribution of perfumes and fragrances, lifestyle products, photographic products, many things which are sold by Amazon and on the internet. A marketing model that I don't pretend to understand, but it's what's going on now. And again, these are the offices. There are anticipated to be a maximum of 80 employees at this, well, 80 employees of the businesses. There are approximately 30 employees who reside in the local area. Some will be commuting by public transportation, bus and railroad, and some will be working remotely or attending to their duties out of the office. They very often will come in the office for a meeting and then will be out in the field speaking with customers, distributors, that type of thing. Other than the rare occasion when there is a large meeting, it's not anticipated that the full employee complement will ever be in attendance at the proposed office at any one time. Obviously, this project represents a proposed major investment in the community, and as you know, the community has suffered conditions in terms of economics and the impacts of its proximity to the city of New York, and has been the subject over the last, I have to stop and count in my head, I would say since about 1970, there have been urban renewal zones, projects, incentives, that type of thing. This represents a major investment. There are 2 significant and underutilized town parking fields, one directly across the street and the other adjacent to the nearby Long Island Railroad Station. The applicant is seeking a parking waiver. There are no on-site parking spaces provided, but as you'll hear from our traffic expert, Wayne Mueller, PE and Vice President of R&M Engineering, as to the specifics of the applicant's 21st century use of the property and the rationale in connection with the nearby public parking fields, staggered work schedule, limited workforce at any one time, that type of thing. If I can understand it. I'll mention that originally this matter was on the calendar earlier in the year, and it was discovered actually by our real estate expert that a small portion of Barry Nelson of the rear portion was discovered to be in the town's B residence zone. Barry Nelson will speak to that issue, as well as the character of the neighborhood and the positive impact of the significant project in connection with the character of the neighborhood. I also have our architect, Daniel Hyman, present to describe the proposed development and the building in greater detail and to respond to any questions that you might have. And we have a rendering behind Mr. Hyman. And I will mention in passing, the building is vacant. The owner has acquired possession of it, but I'll point out that there have been issues of people trying to break into the open porch in the front. I believe on one occasion we found a shopping cart that somehow miraculously ended up in the house. Even on occasion, and not infrequently, at the town parking field directly across the street, there is a mobile cooking cart that is there using propane, that type of thing, to just feed some of these people. But at the present, huh? Yeah, not now. But there has been some difficulty in retaining possession of the property, and we're obviously anxious, should we be successful in obtaining the necessary approvals, to proceed as expeditiously as possible. What I'd like to do first is introduce our architect, Daniel Hyman, who's sitting to my right, and he can describe the project and respond to any questions that the board members might have.
My name is Daniel Hyman, architect, 1893 Cornelia Street, Ridgewood, New York. As the project was described, it's a luxury office building for the owner's use and for his businesses. The layout includes mostly all quite large offices so that they can kind of have communal meetings in their own offices. There's also conference rooms. There's communal workspaces, kind of open bullpen, although they're really quite large and oversized, so everyone has a lot of space. There's also some amenity spaces in the building for the employees, like a break room. There's a roof deck so they can eat lunch outside. And there's also a fitness room in the basement so that the employees can not have to go separately to a gym, but can work out when they're at work. That is the...
That's it.
I would mention one other thing with respect to the workforce. There are within, I would say, within several hundred feet of the site, the related businesses which will be utilizing this as offices currently maintain large warehouses and that type of thing, where some of these people that will work for them are housed and will probably be spending more time there than in the office. That being said, and obviously we're seeking a parking waiver, I would like to introduce Wayne Mueller, who's our traffic and parking expert, and I believe Mr. Mueller has appeared before this board many times, and I would ask the board if it would accept him as an expert in his field.
Mr. Mueller, you've been here recently on a
sorry, I
few
can't-
occasions.
Yes.
So, and you've been qualified as a traffic and parking expert on all of those occasions. Since you last appeared before the board, have any of your qualifications changed for the worse?
No.
Then we will again qualify you as a traffic and parking expert. You are free to testify, sir.
Thank you. For the record, Wayne Muller with the firm of Robinson and Muller Engineering. Our offices are at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. For the record, I'd like to submit copies of a document dated January 8th, 2024, which was provided to the Nassau County Planning Commission, subsequently revised June 26, 2024, in order to indicate that the property is split zoned, as Mr. Nelson, not Jed Nelson, Barry indicated as part of this application. Thank you. And I would like to point out for the record that the Nassau County Planning Commission did recommend local determination for this project. I believe Mr. D'Agostino has pretty accurately described the project and the environs, and that we are seeking parking variance for 140 parking spaces from the town building zone ordinance, and the project site will not provide any on-site parking as part of the application.
How many are required?
143.
Okay.
But one of the unique things, as Mr. D'Agostino also pointed out about this area, is that this site in general is directly across the street from Inwood parking lot I-1, which is significantly underutilized. It is located approximately 1,000 feet north of the Inwood Long Island Railroad train station, which is part of the Far Rockaway line, which is a very good line, provides service to and from Manhattan, and I believe at the Atlantic Terminal in about a half an hour, which is very desirable. And there's also bus lines that are further south of the property. As indicated in my study, we performed observations of the parking within the area, and they were done back in September of 2023, in advance of the hearings that were previously going to be held. They were held on Thursday, September 14th, from 7 a.m. in the morning to 6 p.m. We tabulated that information in the tables that are appended to my report. And what we found was that the activity in the lot across the street, lot I-1 or Inwood 1, was significantly underutilized. There are 73 spaces in that lot. When we were there at 1 o'clock, which was the peak time, there were 35 vacant spots. As indicated in my report, we performed an analysis to determine what the quantity of vehicles would be parked in accordance with the parking generation statistics contained in the Institute of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Manual. Excuse me. And utilizing those statistics for the entire building, which is approximately 28,600 square feet, we would anticipate 46 vehicles to be parked. But I would like to say that, in my opinion, that analysis is extremely conservative in so much as that the basement level of the building contains, I would say, probably more like 60% storage. There's a men's and women's fitness center. I believe there's a break room, and all the mechanical equipment is downstairs. So in reality, the analysis that we should have performed would have been for a building that is roughly 22,000 square feet, and that would translate to approximately 35 vehicles parked. However, as Mr. D'Agostino has indicated, and upon further discussions with the applicant, he has indicated that he has approximately 80 employees that will be in the building. 60 of them currently arrive to the area via public transportation, mainly the Long Island Railroad, and that the other 20 individuals actually drive to and from the businesses. As Mr. D'Agostino indicated, a lot of the employees to the facility do not go on site all at once. They work remote. They travel to the various vendors and businesses that they do business with. So therefore, based on his information, he would anticipate that there would be 20 vehicles parked, which could easily solely be accommodated in the municipal parking lot across the street from the facility. And again, for the record, this site is very unique as it relates to the fact that it has a underutilized municipal parking area right across the street from the subject property. And it is 1,000 feet from a well-utilized Long Island Railroad branch, the Inwood Rail Station. And we also found that the lot that's closer to the railroad station, actually, it's a Town of Hempstead municipal lot I-2. As I've testified on other cases, primarily the high school on Redfern, which I believe was approved, and I believe it's never been constructed, correct, Mr. Nelson? I believe that, according to Barry, he believes that the property was actually sold to the adjacent objecting parcels, so that probably won't happen, but there were always available spaces within that lot. So therefore, it is my professional opinion that if the board chooses to grant this application, there will be no significant impact to parking and traffic conditions within this area, and that the building will fit harmoniously within the area, and things should work out swimmingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Hi, I'm Mark Plumer. How are you? I inspected the building site and also the parking lot across the street and on-street parking, and I found there were more than enough spaces there. I came back 3 or 4 times, and as far as the neighborhood is concerned, putting this building up would be a plus, like a big plus for the community. So, thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes, sir.
I assume that you are next to testify.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since you appeared before the board this morning, or maybe a few hours ago.
Actually, it was 6.
Was it?
It's a long day.
But you've changed your name since the last appearance. Have any of your qualifications changed?
No.
Okay, so we will again qualify you as a real estate expert, and you're going to tell us how much money everybody's going to make in the surrounding area after this beautiful building is built. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes. So, for the record, it's Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710. And what you have here, it's not a religious institution, it's not apartments, it's not condos. It's a corporate headquarters for a business that is entrenched in the Inwood locale. He has other facilities, industrial buildings, warehouses, etc. What you see to my right on the easel is probably a $15 million investment by somebody who's already entrenched into the community. Inwood, over the years, has had urban renewal, TOD proposals. What we have here is a corporate business that'll attract employees, it'll attract businesses, and would be a substantial upgrading to the site. The site now has an old 2.5-story building, and it is vacant, which probably should raise a lot of eyebrows right now. That'll be removed for the building as proposed. Case number 92, which was back to be heard February 7, 2024, requires a height and story variance. It is a 3-story building, and the height to the top of the parapet is about 40 feet. The application would be for height and stories. You heard about the traffic. Recently, this board heard on the Naomi Realty Holding LLC at 233 Dougherty Boulevard, a medical office building with a similar height and stories, 3 stories, under case 765, 12/15/2021, and was granted January 5th, 2022. And it did really request a off-street parking variance, et cetera. That's going to be a medical building, so that's approximately 2 blocks north of the subject property. The northeast corner of Dougherty Boulevard and Elizabeth Avenue is a three-story building. I did hand in photographs. I have photographs of that building as well, and some aerial views for the board to review. But that's at 148 Dougherty Boulevard, a three-story building that was built in the 1920s and is a landmark building in the community, and it is within 1/2 block northeast of the subject property.
That's occupied as what? That Citibank building?
Citibank is on the south side. That is I think it was formerly a bank. It's offices and retail on the first floor. This is all a single-tenant building that's being proposed. The southeast corner of Dougherty Boulevard and Bayview Avenue is a 4-story assisted senior residence, and that's part of the community, and it's within the 300-foot radius. So you got buildings of similar height to what is being proposed. The properties just to the west on Bayview Court was a development of attached, semi-attached, affordable housing built in the mid-1990s, approximately 1997. They're a 2-story, and at that time, they were part of a housing program. In 1998, they fully sold out and currently occupied. At that time, I believe they sold for about $98,000 apiece. Nevertheless, this community can use continued growth, continued new improvements. As far as the heights and stories, it's consistent with many of the developments in the area. And if the board, if the town was to continue with the TOD, transitional development, which is within 1 block south of the subject property, that zone permits 3-story multi-use buildings. As far as the case number 1377, which is part of today's application, and that would be the use variance to construct a 3-story office building, a portion of which is in a residential B zone district requiring rear yard setback and side yard setbacks. That property, portion of the property, is at the westerly portion. It's the width of the from north and south. It's approximately 15 plus or minus feet on the northerly side, approximately 25 feet on the southerly side. It's about 2,500 square feet in its entirety. It's landlocked west of the business zone. It's a property that cannot be usefully used within the residential B zone as it's zoned. In fact, the current building has its rear portion. That building was that is a multi-use building, or formerly was. It had some repair facility in the back in that residential zone. If you look at the radius map, you'll see the zone line traverses from the south side of Morris Avenue to the north side of Bayview Avenue, and many of those properties along that side on the westerly side of Dougherty Boulevard is split zone. Most of the properties are mixed use, non-conforming, used in conjunction with the business zone. With that said, what's before this board is a reasonable application. It's not going to change or alter the essential character of this neighborhood, but be a substantial improvement to the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that's my presentation. I would respectfully submit that in applying the balancing standards as required by the applicable statute, town law, subdivision 3B, that the benefit to the applicant, if this variance is granted, is weighed against the detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood. I think speaks for itself that this project will actually improve the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood, should it be granted, and that based upon the circumstances that exist with respect to the availability of parking, etc., There'll be no undesirable change which will be produced as to the character of the neighborhood. While the requested area variance portion of this request may be considered substantial, it speaks for itself in terms of addressing the concerns that have existed in trying to bring new economic blood and life into this area for the last 50 years. The area variances will not have any adverse effect with respect to the requested use variance. There is no permitted use to which the small strip in the rear of this property can be put to realize any return to the applicant, and I would therefore respectfully request that you favorably consider all of the requests before you.
Any other questions from the board?
Matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Muller, Mr. D'Agostino, Mr. Nelson, and Mr. Architect, you all receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Nobody testified as to the charm of the existing building.
With or without the
Without the...
recently removed occupants.
Well, the current occupants may be upset, but...
Sorry?
The current occupants may be upset, but I didn't notice any when I was there, and I went there on 5 occasions.
5 occasions?
5 times.
Okay.
And that parking lot, I mean, Mr. Muller testified that it's underutilized, and yet it's such a short hop from Manhattan to that station. I didn't get it. On every occasion I was there were plenty of spaces available.
That's one of the reasons why, as we speak, for the moment, there's still a TOD transit-oriented.
It's a hidden, the parking lot is a hidden gem for people who want to park down there. Okay. The other question I have for Mr. Muller is how come you wound up as vice president instead of president? What happened, Muller? You didn't make the cut, huh? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
That will be a welcome addition to the neighborhood,
Thank you.
as far as I'm
Sorry
concerned.
to keep you here so late.
It's all right, we've been here a lot later. Ciao. You too. We're not meeting on the 3rd? The 3rd? All right, can we close the hearings? Can I have a motion to close the hearing? Okay. Anybody vote on that?
No, I thought you meant close that hearing. You meant close
No. All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back and hopefully finish decisions in a relatively short period of time.
So it's basically
to 2 p.m. Case 443 of 2024, Roosevelt, Tanya Williams, 29 East Centennial Avenue. Do I have any discussion? There should be a lot of discussion on this one.
Wait, is this the one with the cottage?
This is the
Yes.
cottage.
I mean,
Like,
I
why
think we
can't
need
you-
to hold that
Yeah.
and, you know, have our full contingent here, and I'd like to review the materials again, and I just feel like,
We'll give it the big H. We're going to hold it. All right? All right. Case 444, Roosevelt, that's a companion case, so we're going to hold them both.
oh, and Christina on that one, that's right. Can we, if it's easy, I don't want to always like give you a pile of work. I wouldn't mind seeing if the house to the east of that particular property
Has a cottage, and whether or not,
cottage,
yeah.
you know, et
Mhm.
cetera.
To the east. Cases 445, 446, and 1384. We need a CEQA determination.
Isn't that adjourned in this case?
It's, yeah, it is adjourned. November 13th. Do we want to do a CEQA now? No. No, that's November 13th. Case 447 of 2024, East Atlantic Beach, 117 Bay Street LLC and 121 Bay Street LLC.
Okay, I have some input on that, I feel. Not input, but so this is the one, right, where he wants to use two houses and put it in one, and it's got the small, and he referenced some other houses on the block, which he claimed had equally
They're much smaller
small
lots.
side yards.
Yeah.
But those are 8,500 square feet, which is still big. This is 15,000
Thousand.
square feet. I have a hard time thinking that on a 15,000 square foot lot, which, with a pile of land, let's see if it's here, with
the
a whole
back.
bunch of land elsewhere here. And I'm not trying to make my life miserable, but I don't know. I just feel like, why were we granting a 5-yard setback here when there's all
5
this
foot.
space? Again, I realize it would be a lot to like squish
Well,
your house and change the layout.
this is only an open,
okay.
that's an open portico, right? Yeah.
But why is it 5 feet from here when you got a 15,000 square foot lot? But if no one else, I mean, there are other ones with short side yards, so I don't know. Maybe it's not, maybe I'm making
You
too
want to
much
hold
out
it?
of it.
You
I
want to
don't
go
know.
look at
What
it?
do you- what do
I
other
don't know.
people think?
You want to go down there and look at the other pieces?
All right.
All right, so we're
I
going to
save
hold
the
that one.
materials.
I'd love to hold it. Hold them all. All right. Case 448 of 2024, Merrick Friendship Engine and Hose Company. Any comments, with the exception of the trees on the east side of the arborvitae's?
Yeah, I thought it was
Big
on the-
ones.
He said, the gentleman said that he would do the whole thing on residential, with trees or whatever.
I thought he said arborvitae's or something.
He said, yeah, he said both.
Got to be
everybody.
at least so many feet high. Pick a number.
Well, how about we had something like you must plant them and plant something that, you know, within, I don't know, let's say, within 2 years will reach at least 12 feet, or I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
That makes, gonna make it.
No, that'll make it that much.
Mess up the logistic,
Yeah.
like, I'd rather just get,
Right, and if there are any trees there that can be saved, save the trees.
I mean, basically what I was trying to say was, listen, put something back that will give the same effect as this. Now,
Well, you're not
granted,
gonna
if you
have the
can't
same
plant a 15-foot tree, but you could plant a 8-foot one that has the potential over a couple of years to become, you know, something.
Well, that was 40 feet high.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's gonna block
They're gonna
everything, but
block it.
if we could just maybe figure out a way to work, you know, replant, whatever trees they have to take down on that property line, replant something comparable, that would be of a comparable height in a relatively reasonable amount of time.
Anybody got to Google? Can you look that property up on Google? I want to see what the trees look like. If they're 35-foot trees,
Yeah, but we'll have
what's
a
comparable?
plant 10-foot trees that, the kind that in 5 years will be 25 feet.
I'd like to see if they could, whatever they
Yeah,
could
no,
do to
they're looking at-
maintain some
I
of the
agree with you.
existing trees. Yeah.
It's 20,
But I can see
75,
how,
Meadowbrook
I can see how that might be difficult, because there's not a huge setback over there, and given it's a three-story structure, they're gonna have a fair amount of equipment in there to
Yeah, but this is at the back of the building.
yeah, no,
I
it's.
mean, you can't
it's-
maintain trees at the rear of the
But it-
building, it's got 15 feet off the sideline,
well,
off the
like,
rear
it's
line.
so,
I didn't put it on Google Earth, but this is the picture of it.
Can you get the back?
but it's the side that's, oh, yeah, you're right, that is. No. Yeah, so, they're nice trees. So if we can.
Why can't they just, well,
You know what, John, some of them are gonna be where the structures, and obviously, others, there's gonna have, well, but it's gonna be the whole thing, John, all the way to the other street. See, everything in that lot. Yeah, see, it's gonna be all this lot, which it is now, and this lot, so it's this property line, because she lives there. So, obviously, these are gonna come out, because there's gonna be a
yeah,
building there.
yeah.
And, maybe one could stay, but if we just have them put, a comparable.
10-foot arborvitaes, and they have to maintain them.
But we don't wanna say. Yeah, well, I would say, but I hesitate to say 10 foot, because I don't want it to be interpreted later as a cap on the height.
No, they're 10 foot now.
Okay,
If you
put
can
in
buy
some
'em.
trees and or arborvitaes that would give this, that's comparable. They can't put them in the middle, but along the property line.
How about landscaping comparable to what's there? you know?
Well, yeah, along the eastern side of the property.
Line, that have, that are 10 feet now,
Yeah.
or whatever, I don't know how hard. this is.
Minimum height 10 feet.
Okay, and do you want a maximum height as well?
I don't think
No,
so.
no.
I'm always
If they
for
can
like.
find 20-foot
let's go
arborvitaes, so
green.
be
If
it.
you're going
I'm gonna say it's
30 feet,
it's a 50-foot structure.
yeah, I think, yeah, I agree.
Okay,
Okay. Oh, so you want me to make a motion? Okay.
all right.
All right, so, Mr. Chairman, as it relates to case 448 of 2024, Friendship Engine and Hose Company, the property is located at 2075 Meadowbrook Road. I first recommend that the board adopt a negative declaration and seek a determination based on the testimony at trial and the evidence contained in the files.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
In
All right.
addition, Mr. Chairman, as it relates to that same case, 448 of 2024, I make a motion that the board grant the relief requested and do so in a permanent, with the caveat that the condition, that trees and/or arborvitaes of of at least 10 feet be planted along the eastern property line where it abuts the residential houses, and that they, that's all.
They be properly maintained. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 449 of 2024, West Hempstead, KBK, Kosher Pizzeria.
I inspected that. 44924 of West Hempstead, KBK Foods, located at 197 Hempstead Avenue. They do have a parking lot there. There was, I mean, it was like, I don't know what time in the afternoon, like 4 something. There was literally one car on the lot. There was I looked down and I saw the other restaurant. They had like cars parked on the street over there. I don't see a problem with it. Anybody else?
Anybody want to
Okay.
make this
Okay.
sequel?
I move that we adopt a negative declaration as to the secret determination based on the testimony given, exhibits in the file, and other materials we've reviewed and analyzed.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Next,
And
with
then-
respect to the case itself.
Okay, I move case 449 of 24 West Hempstead, KBK Foods, LLC, be approved as requested.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't even see.
Cases 450, 451, and 52 of
I
2024.
don't know, she's with Sophia, I think she's just down there at the bottom.
Inwood, Milan G. Chavra. This one, yeah. I can't make a motion, but somebody should. To Deny it.
We're going to deny it.
Okay?
Okay, I make a motion on item 45024, Inwood, Bayview Avenue, for the item to be denied.
Second?
Second.
All in
actually
fa-
5
5,
Alvin Place.
450.
Oh, 5 Alvin, I'm sorry.
450 to 452 of them, of 2024.
So index number 450.
Yeah,
That's-
450,
that's-
452, 5 Alvin Place, that the application be denied.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Next case, 453, we're going to hold that. Case 1999-92. Case 92 of 2024, Inwood, 105, 107 Dowdy Boulevard, and a companion case 1377 of 2024, Inwood, 105, 107 Dowdy Boulevard. We need a sequel.
I move that we adopt a negative declaration as to the CEQA determination based on testimony given, exhibits in the file, and other materials we have reviewed and analyzed.
Second? Second that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Index number 92 of 24, 105, 107 Dowdy Boulevard LLC, and index number 1377, 24 Inwood, 105, 107 Dowdy Boulevard. Variance for height exceeds number of stories, construct three-story office building, waive off-street parking, be granted. Use variance to construct a three-story office building on a portion of Resident B District with side yards and rear variance be granted also.
Second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, so we had a couple of PM decisions on the reserve calendar. All right? We had 380 to 385 of 2024 Seaford.
Yes.
You wrote the
Yep, the draft.
the draft.
Where is that one?
380 to 385.
Page 3.
Oh, I thought you said two.
Page 3.
The one condition that I actually added, if I'm not mistaken, I believe there was an issue with respect to curb cuts. So I did add one additional condition, which was condition number 7. I think it's this one, sir. Condition number 7 was added.
203.
That's fine.
But other than that, it's the same that I had emailed. Take a look at condition number 7. Just so it's clear, there are 2 curb cuts, one for entrance, one for exit.
Very nice.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Is there a divider in the road such that so you're gonna have the places that you can't
Right.
do it?
Oh, yes, you can only get, it's Sunrise Highway.
And that, where it has the divider? So-
Correct.
So,
You can
we
only
don't
turn
even
it.
have to worry about it.
We don't, but
No, I think we should
Yeah.
say it, but I'm just thinking like, does something else need to be done, but it doesn't.
you can't make a left and a right. But regardless, that's a concern.
I agree.
So somebody want to make a motion?
With respect to cases 380 through 385 of 2024, affecting premises of 4034 Sunrise Highway in Seaford, I move that we accept the draft decision.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Just a minute.
We actually have to revisit one case.
Yeah, I wanted to.
Which one?
It's 287 of 24 through 288. It's
What
on
page?
page 2. Belmore.
reserve?
I have-
Yes, on the reserve. It's Belmore Lisa Rose.
Yep.
We just, without, Ms. Perry did not have a quorum.
Yeah, they did remove the pool and the
They
pergola.
did, correct, they did.
So can I have a motion on that case?
I make a motion on index number 287.
Hold it.
Just hold on one second. This case was heard prior to,
Can't,
yeah,
Yeah.
so.
all right, so
um,
Okay, so,
Okay.
You wanna go?
Go ahead.
I just said corrective.
Okay. I move case 287 to 288 of 24 Belmore, Lisa Rose, located at 1910 Allison Drive, be approved as requested.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We did Seaford. Okay, near Westbury, 203. Do you have a decision on that?
a draft decision for everybody.
Okay.
I believe,
No, we're gonna hold 412. Okay. Okay. Mhm. 203, page 4.
Thank you.
This is the one that was built 1 foot too high.
correct.
And did we want to differentiate this from?
That case number 203 of 2024 near Westbury, Denise and Victor Cosme. The premises is located at 832 Pleasant Avenue near Westbury. That the board adopted draft decision prepared by council to the board granting the request and providing the rationale for and distinction of it from other cases that might otherwise appear similar.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, with respect to cases 415 and 416. Any discussion from the board members?
Hold on.
This is the one in West Hempstead which was the subject of a Chapter 90. And there were other similarly sized lots in the area, which could, if this were approved, this might provide precedential value for a lot of lots being subdivided into substandard lots.
I was absent, so
Does anybody want to make a motion?
we need sequel. Oh, no, that's a different one, sorry.
Want to make a motion?
I make a motion on index numbers 415, 416 of 24 West Hempstead, 407 Socrates Realty LLC to deny the variances.
Second,
I second it.
all in favor?
Christina, I'm recused.
And I was absent too, me too.
Next two cases, 418 and 419. That's Pennywood. Now, Pennywood is an area kind of unique in Roosevelt, which has a lot of larger lots. We denied a very similar case where they wanted 40-footers because of the fact that there were a lot of other, very large lots in that area, and to, the applicant offered, instead of a 60-40 split, which would have enabled many other homes, a 50-50 split. The point is, there's still substandard lots. And there are quite a few, while there may not be as many. And do we have the number of other lots on this one that might be subject to being?
I'd have to get the file from downstairs. I can quickly print out a radius map if you'd like.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, but, yeah. 50s are better than 40s, but 40s is we denied, I think it was 139 Pennywood, Joanne? I think we denied 139 Pennywood for the same, they would have had crammed in another 15 houses in a two-block area. But this is an area that has primarily larger lots. I'll be guided by what you guys say, but
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman.
I was absent.
we try to prevent 40s. So what's the difference from preventing 40s and 50s? Because they're still substandard lots.
Well, I think there's arguably a difference.
Yeah, you can always argue 40 is better, that 50 is better than 40, but
5 feet
the
less.
60-40 split, they came in for a 60-40 split, definitely not. Two 50s, I don't know, I'd have to see how many other 50s are in the neighborhood, and how many other lots can be subdivided along 50-50 lines.
Are we waiting for Christina to do something?
Yeah, she's gonna get a radius map. And I have to say, the area over there just north of the Parkway is beautiful, well-kept. I don't know whether that's still Roosevelt, but, it's gorgeous. All the houses are well-maintained.
Has there been similar cases to this, and have they been
John,
granted?
we denied one, like 5 houses away. They wanted 40-footers. And there were so many 80s that could be subdivided, and 120s.
Right.
That could be subdivided, and if they pieced the lots together, they could have had a 200-foot, where they could have thrown up 5 houses. That was 139 Penny. But, yeah. Let's see.
She's getting the radius on the
She's gonna get the
418,
radius map.
419.
The concern is, nature and character of the neighborhood on this one.
Yeah.
Of course, we've got a lot of large lots. The back streets, the older homes, John, the older homes just south of it, one block south, they're all in 40s. But they're older homes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which means they're
You know,
smaller.
and again, it's a question, where do you draw the line?
Right.
Yeah, the notice we also denied one double block, which we did. See that, remember this? Penny offered 50/50. Got a bunch of 50s, a bunch of 60s, older homes, 40s.
Any other lots that could be subdivided?
At 50,
Yeah.
if you go out, I mean, this is 200-foot radius, man.
Two that were 100, one that was
Well, 40 would be precedential, and that would open up that whole neighborhood. That's-
50s, two.
Yeah.
So an LLC.
If he moves it to 50/50, he's gonna have one lot. It's gonna be 80 feet. Right? So now you've got up here, you've got 100 foot by 75 foot, right? You're doing this lot, they come in on this lot, right?
Especially with, if they,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
shorter piece.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, it's not deep. So they're gonna skew the lot. Six there. This one, there's 100. So there's three, there's four.
This is an 8.
That's an 80 footer.
Lots of 40s.
Oh, this one goes this way. And that's number 3, that's an 80, so that's out. So within the 200-foot radius, there are 3 other properties that can also be subdivided. Does that make a big difference in the neighborhood? No. I know the surrounding area outside the 200-foot radius, there are quite a few others, and I don't have the dimensions, but I know they were bigger lots. I remember one in particular was 120-foot frontage, and it's on the same block. So, you know, I mean, if we had an area, a larger area map, I mean, what do you think?
Well, the buck has to stop somewhere.
Yep.
What are you leaning towards, 250s?
I
Or
wouldn't
no
lean
approval?
towards, no approval. I'm afraid you can, I'm not, look, you got 3 others within the 200-foot radius. And then you have the surrounding area, and we don't know how large those lots are. But there were a lot of larger lots in that neighborhood. I don't know, how can we get a large, like a 2-block radius map? I doubt it. I don't think we have the ability to do that. Right?
And I don't
And
even
if
know
you
that was
probably have
necessary.
10 or
If you're
12 of them.
leaning, if you're leaning that way, John, I mean, just go with, I think we should just go with it, if you have those concerns.
Was there a woman who came in and said about the parking on that street?
The parking's horrible. It is. You know, I was down there. Pardon? I can't make the motion.
I was absent.
I make a motion, index number 418 to 24, 419 to 24, 119 East Pennywood Avenue, LLC, be denied a variance.
We have a second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 John, I just have a question on page 1. What's the deal with Uniondale, the 213, 212 and 213? That's the same thing.
me see
The
that.
applicant's going to change lot sizes? Do we have any
Oh.
information
That,
on
that's
Yes.
the one.
Uniondale. That was the,
Oh, that was the
man.
military guy. Okay, got it.
What was he asking? What did we give him?
So I believe he was asking for a 60 and a 40, or a 45 and a 55.
And we made him do
And
250.
but the issue was that he couldn't get in touch with the client because the client's overseas in
Right.
the military.
And that area differs markedly from this area. This area, I mean, they're gonna come back, the developers are gonna come back in time and time again. And once you grant one of these, the whole neighborhood, they're gonna sandwich them in as much as they can. You know, and they make the argument, well, they're a lot smaller lots, but they're all old houses. There were a couple of variances granted probably over the last 10 or 15 years. Caveat. So I guess, you know, if Judge Marble were here, she would say, well, you made a mistake, so now you have to make a mistake all over. Make a mistake all the way down the street, right? Let's turn it into Brooklyn. It's not gonna work, you know? Let them do what they have to do. Anything else?
Oh, yes. So, during the break earlier today, I spoke to the plans examiner on 553 Franklin Square. That's the same case where they presented the different basement plan to the building department. And I spoke to him, and he stated that the basement plan that is now on file, that was approved by the building department, would not have caused him to come down to us for administrative review. It doesn't have 2 laundry rooms, it doesn't have 2 bathrooms, it doesn't have 2 staircases.
I thought it did.
That's the
The
one initial.
Original,
Yes.
okay, fine, okay.
When it was presented to us, it was vacant. So, I know
But then he went to the building department with the 2.
With the 2.
Then he
And
came back to us with the 2 or something.
Well, it came to the building department, then the plans examiner said, whoa, 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 whoa. What you presented to the board is markedly different than this. He brought it to us for administrative review. We thought it was appropriate to reopen. And now the plan that is submitted, it has 1 laundry room, 1 bathroom, 1 staircase, and open space.
This is the one that Joanne said, no one's sleeping in the basement, right.
It's a staircase inside.
But it's a mass,
There's
that's
no
the mass
rear
and
entrance.
monstrosity,
Yeah.
with everybody living from
All
the
right, so
city.
what do we think? Should we just, are we okay with it?
What do you think
since
about
the
that,
issue-
John?
I don't think you have enough. I don't think you have enough. I mean, we approved the structure. So now if you rectify the issues that we had with the basement, what are you gonna say? No? Can't?
No, I don't
You deny
agree
it?
with you.
Grant with conditions, the
Yeah.
general conditions.
Yeah.
Okay, with respect to case 553 of 2023, location of property 799 Chestnut Street in Franklin Square, I move to grant the variances with all new home conditions.
I took pictures of it.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Huh? I'll let you know dates available. Where are your bathing suit?
Are you in the village of Valley Street, or if you need a permit?
Hell no. No, and I have a CO on my pool. I have a CO on everything.
Speak to Mr. DeGrasse.
The guy who owned the house before me was the attorney for the school district. I'm being assessed for rooms I don't have.
Oh,
This
my,
All right, so this is, I got clarification, this was the renewal from Howard Aberson, so the letter states that they obtained building permits, but they need time to obtain building permits. He clarified that they obtained some building permits, but not all, so that's why they need the
Did they apply for all of the ones they need in the time frame?
For some of them. They still need additional time to file for the permanent structure, they filed for the trailers.
But weren't they supposed to file the application for the permanent structure within the first year?
Yes, but then we gave, the decision gives them an option to get additional funding.
Pardon me, this, hello? What are we gonna do? Hello? Oh, okay, okay, thank you. We shouldn't be here too much longer. Then I just have to drop a package at FedEx. Like on the way. All right.
You're gonna look into the 3 to 2, the split with the cottage in the back? Is that gonna be your project?
I'll call Lou on that as well.
Well, no, that was what she was gonna look into,
The adjoining lot?
yeah, let's figure out what.
You better discuss that before you start.
Sure. Sure. And then remember on this 412, we're gonna. Maybe. Listen, on this one.
Okay, so that one, you want to,
This is the one that I think we just denied.
amended the plan.
Deny the
They have not been drawn on the basis that this is the piece.
They've got a 10-foot ceiling.
I'm sorry, the rear yard is the problem, it's only 10 foot. So what they're doing is they're drafting the plans, we're gonna send those to the building department. Picture, do we have? 412.
Right, on there.
412, yeah. Do you have a specific?
I mean, we can do it next time, but I just think that as to the height on that case, I just think we deny the height variance because they've got a 10-foot ceiling on the lower level. It's unnecessary. Or whatever they need to do without a height variance. And I don't remember what the lottery occupier does. We'll do it next time, but that's what I did. Whatever else. Is this unnecessary? What's the case now? We did it.
SDL.
close. Yeah. Can I get a motion to close?
I make a motion to close.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.